intrinsically immoral and deter us from attaining the honest virtues to which we aspire. With some satisfaction on my part, the response then quotes passages from my books in which I stated, Jews have barely begun to look at their attitudes toward other faiths, albeit this reluctance was forged in the era of persecution, but Jews do not look or not used to looking at their problematic and nasty texts about Gentiles. They ignore their own traditional visions of destruction of others at the end of days, and they frequently stigmatize other faiths in a totalizing way. They judge other faiths by the worst and cite Judaism at the best. The problem of the era is that some Jews consider Jewish extremists as aberrations and non-Jewish extremists as the norm. They cite modern sanitized Jewish approaches that show how wonderful and tolerant Judaism is toward others, and then disown their own anti-Gentile texts written over the millennium. At the same time, however, they assume that other faiths are shackled to their prior texts as understood in prior ages, and do not allow the possibility that other religions have modern understandings of themselves. Meaning, what I was trying to say is that many assume that others can't change, even if not without the self-consciousness that if you're changing, others can change also. If we are not to descend to the level of simple apologetics, it will be necessary to deal honestly with the sources, to admit that different attitudes existed over the course of the development, and to candidly criticize and reject certain parts of the tradition while embracing others as representative of the Judaism we wish to promulgate and which we believe represents the true core of Jewish belief itself. Turning to the second issue of extremism in the state of Israel, the document also addresses this new reality, and I quote, "For the first time in thousands of years, a Jewish state governs the lives of non-Jews. Jews constitute the majority and must deal with the status of non-Jewish minority. Even though Jewish law is not the civil law of Israel, which is built on Anglo and European laws, it is influential and has been used by state-appointed rabbis to make determinations about the rights of non-Jews. Such negative teachings have led to halachic decisions condoning violence. The result has been discrimination and violence against non-Jews, and the destruction of Gentile houses of worship, both Christian and Muslim, when extremists take it upon themselves to translate what they perceive to be Jewish law into violent actions. Therefore, they conclude, it's imperative that we condemn these new radical works and leaders." End of their responsa. But personally, as an American Jew, I find these Western condemnations written in America of radical positions written in Israel as not really having an effect. Talk by Western Jews in the United States can sometimes be treated quite cheaply, that Israelis may not be particularly concerned with American Jewish views. And in some way, this is similar to how Western Muslims, some living in Europe or in the United States, who may be universalistic, who have written many universalist books, but their thought is not necessarily compelling in their home countries where they come from. The Jewish laws of war, collateral damage, civilian control have never been seriously developed in Jewish law. Jews lived under Islam and Christianity. And these new violent books are original new readings of Bronze Age biblical books of Joshua and Judges outside of any rabbinic tradition developed in the last 2 millennia, meaning they're outside of even the traditional texts. We in America, we can gladly read humanistic interpretations of Jewish law, even discussions of Jewish laws of war written by progressive thinkers such as Michael Walzer, or many a liberal jurist has tried their hand, a liberal Jewish jurist has tried their hand at dealing with producing a humanistic or progressive Jewish polity. Now, this document by the Rabbinic Assembly should not be treated as rare or unique. A decade ago, many Jewish documents came out at the same time condemning the return to exclusivist texts and Bronze Age war practices. For example, there's a 144-page rebuttal of the right-wing documents, but it's in Hebrew, so it's less useful in this context. But no, many books came out. There were many Jewish leaders from progressive to Orthodox condemned these exclusivist views, and the ideas of the radical Jewish groups were also condemned by many Talmudic scholars, and they were actually taken also to litigation in the secular courts to prevent them from being promulgated. So, for example, the Elijah Interfaith Institute produced a document called Affirming the Image of God. And I'm citing specifically that one because Rabbi Arthur Green, who will be speaking later today, and I both signed on to this document. And it's got a slightly different tone to it. The document states, recent weeks and months have brought to public attention the issue of Jewish attitudes to non-Jews, as these are found in some traditional sources, particularly with reference to this new book, Torah HaMelech. The great liberty which the author dispenses with the life of non-Jews under various circumstances has become a scandal in the media, a subject for police investigation, a discussion item on anti-Semitic websites, and the subject of an appeal to the Supreme Court of Israel. In our understanding, the creation of humanity in God's image is the greatest principle, as our sages recognized. We believe this mandates full respect for the infinite value, equality, and uniqueness of every human being, for it is created in the image of God, and that our Torah's ways are ways of pleasantness, and all her paths are peace. Love of one's own group should not be equated with the hatred of others. Israel's call to harmonious and well-being of all humanity, and we recognize that there are voices in our tradition that have lost sight of those great principles. It is therefore a contemporary educational and religious law challenge to confront these extremist teachings, to contain them, to dissent from them publicly, apply the methods of the study of Jewish law, of classical interpretation, and historic study. Accordingly, and this document ends, we call upon rabbis and educators to take a clear stand against narrow views of Jewish particularity in favor of a broader vision of Judaism's relationship to the other. Our scholars stand ready to debate the views under discussion. We need to be reminded that the Lord is good to all and his compassion extends to all creatures. In conclusions, the responsa and other doctrines that were written against exclusivist Jewish texts teach us that we need to teach inclusivist and universal positions and reject exclusivist positions in our schools at all levels, in our teacher colleges, in sermons by major clergy, with the goal to have moderate positions to be eternalized at grassroots level. Traditional religions, however, travel heavy and do not throw texts away. They may think that they do not use a given problematic text anymore, so they lay it aside, but it returns. And in every generation, maybe we have to reread it again and again for the context of that generation. The important point is that the universalism that I was taught when I was in school has been, can be, overturned in a later generation if we're not vigilant in teaching the universal parts of our traditions and openly rejecting the exclusive and prejudiced parts. In conclusion, I will close with a quote from Chief Rabbi of the British Empire, Lord Jonathan Sacks, who extolled the power of interfaith understanding. He taught, we are blessed, and to be blessed, no one has to be cursed. God's love does not work that way. Today, God is calling us to let go of hate and the preaching of hate and live at last as brothers and sisters, true to our faith and a blessing to others, regardless of their faith, honoring God's name by honoring his image, humankind. Fidelity to one's own faith need not involve an adversarial attitude to people of other faiths. Creating an inclusive traditional approach that allows for working together is a much more powerful force for building shared civilizations than working alone. Thank you.
Thank you, Rabbi Brill. On behalf of Kahaji Yair Stakuf, who knows about this teshuvah, who knows about you and your work, we're deeply grateful to you, not just for coming here and being with us and sharing this very important analysis and history, but also for the vital role that you played in the creation of this teshuvah. The next speaker will be Rabbi Silvina Chemin, who is at a synagogue. She has a synagogue in Buenos Aires, Rome. Most of us here probably know that Pope Francis is from Buenos Aires. Silvina knows Pope Francis. And she is herself a rabbi within the Masorti, the conservative Orthodox tradition that created this teshuvah that Rabbi Brill just described. She also is a member of the Rabbinical Assembly, which created that document. She will speak to us now about how she views and how she practices and how she teaches the implementation of this teshuvah, which is actually the emergence of this teshuvah. The writing of the teshuvah was written by the Masorti movement because it very much reflects their approach to recontextualizing the religious texts in light of current circumstances. This is an approach that has historically been practiced within what we here call Nusantara, the land between the islands, the islands between the water, the archipelago, the Malay archipelago. And Nahdlatul Ulama later on was just anticipation. Kai Haji Ulil Abshar Abdallah will later be speaking about what the Nahdlatul Ulama is doing in this regard. And Kai Imam from the Muhammadiyah, another organization here, I'll speak more when he comes to the stage, but we have a number of people on this stage who are actively implementing within their faith traditions an idea that the Rabbinical Assembly itself is practicing and setting a stage for. So, Rabbi Chemin, if you would come to the stage.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Let me begin by expressing my gratitude to Mr. Holland Taylor, who believed that my voice should be heard at this distinguished gathering, and to Dr. Timothy Shah and Nahdlatul Ulama for taking such loving care to make this possible. It truly is an honor and a privilege to address all of you gathered here today. My name is Silvina Chemin. I am a rabbi of Betel congregation in Buenos Aires, Argentina. The tradition I belong to, as it was mentioned, is called Masorti, a pluralistic, egalitarian, and democratic movement among the Jewish people. I'm a pacifist and a human rights activist. As you can see, I am a woman rabbi, a minority in the male-dominated rabbinical world, who lives in Argentina, which is not the most powerful country in the world. My voice, then, is that of the common people, who are in fact those most reliant upon our traditions to improve and defend their lives. So let me thank you for giving a space to the people that need us to be united and strong, that need us to provide answers to the despair that surrounds us. I'm deeply moved by the realization that the R20 is being held prior to the G20 summit, because I understand that religions have much to offer humanity beyond worship and activities within our temples, mosques, and sanctuaries. Our sacred sources the teachings of our ancestors and our faiths call upon us to seek peace and justice, to build ties of solidarity, to reinforce hope in humanity, where each and every human being can see himself as the guarantor of the life of his fellow without distinctions. New conflicts between people, ethnicities, or religious expressions challenge us to read our sacred texts and find within them the seed for dialogue and peace with our neighbors. And here we are, gathered in the hope that the speeches heard in this forum will shed light on decisions made by the rulers of the world's most powerful nations. Let us not forget, decisions can be transformed into opportunities for a better life, for human rights, for a just economy, and for peaceful coexistence in our wounded and battered world. Rabbi Brill already introduced us to the emblematic document titled The Status of Non-Jews in Jewish Law and Law Today. This remarkable document is endowed with rabbinic legal authority, and it stands in stark opposition to another document called Torat HaMelech, or the King's Law. Torat HaMelech was written by a few extremist rabbis, and it abuses Jewish sources to justify the commission of murder. Indeed, it is a manual on how Jewish law can be used to justify hatred and violence. I am here to share with you a peculiarity of the Jewish tradition that can help us think about all of our religious traditions. This peculiarity is called, as it was mentioned, a teshuvah, also mentioned yesterday by Pakiahia, a response, a reaction to a religious edict, a document that answers another document, because the status of non-Jews in Jewish law and law today is a teshuvah that finds justifications within the Jewish sources that forbid us from harming any person and instead advocate brotherhood and coexistence. It is my privilege to share with you the Jewish path of interpretation so that you may understand how it is possible for a rabbinical statement to be confronted and contradicted, shedding light on sources that promote understanding and social peace rather than hatred and violence. I want to talk to you about the Jewish tradition as an interpretative tradition, a living tradition that, as critical perspectives of social reality change, can and should revisit its fundamental text to find answers that strengthen and solidify the most noble ethics purposes. Judaism is a tradition that precedes modernity. It is a challenge, therefore, to read our tradition in light of the unique realities lived at each time and in each place. Since God's revelation of the Torah, also known as the Pentateuch, we are summoned to read and reread, examine and re-examine His words, because divine truth is not fossilized in a historical era, but rather requires us to listen again to the voice of heaven in the face of each dilemma that life throws at us. The sacred encourages us to continue questioning ourselves so that the divine voice may manifest according to the circumstances of each time and place. Let me share with you one of the teachings that inspires this path of reinterpretation and recontextualization of the sources. It is written in the Torah, I quote, "These are the statutes, ordinances, and laws that the Lord established between Himself and the Israelites through Moses on Mount Sinai." Leviticus 26:46. It is clear the Bible is a compendium of laws and ordinances, but the word in Hebrew for laws is Torot, the plural of the word Torah. How is this possible? Didn't God give a single Torah, a single revealed text? Our masters noticed this dilemma and explained its significance in an exegetical text called a Midrash. They said that at Mount Sinai, 2 Torah were given, 2 sacred laws, one written and the other oral. And they continued asking, what is the oral Torah, the oral law? the answer they found was all the updates and interpretations that all generations until the end of time will make to the text. This is especially important. Every interpretation for every period was revealed on the day the law was given, and every word must be inscribed sacredly in its historical time. From the very beginning, our tradition has understood that the Torah was written by God for all Jews and for all times. This is how the first great Jewish interpretative document, the Talmud, was created. The Talmud is a compilation of centuries and centuries of oral traditions, of rabbinical schools that discussed and found new insights revealed by the existential questions posed in each time and place where Jewish communities settled in exile. From God's revelation of the Torah until today, the Jewish tradition, in its various expressions, continues to create new literature based upon the new interpretations required to remain faithful to the spirit of the law, so that the ancient teachings that maintain their original vitality and relevance to every time and place. Studying the sacred texts over and over again implies a continuous revelation of the Torah's teaching. It requires us to comply with the law, but also forces us to question ourselves if, as we understand, we are pursuing the law's true purposes. The text becomes alive and current. It speaks to us and moves us forward toward the harmonious world of all of us yearn for. Already in the first century, there were two interpretative schools that claim sole ownership of the truth: the followers of Rabbi Hillel and the followers of Rabbi Shammai, and each school opposed the other in their decrees and definitions. The Talmud describes them as follows. The scriptures say, these words, those words, all words have been given by a shepherd and come from the Lord of creation, blessed be he. So procure yourself a heart of many quarters to house the words of the school of Shammai and the words of the school of Hillel. For us Jews, the Teshuvah is a category of document with ancient origins that it's both a legal document and a means of keeping alive awareness by posing the questions necessary to arrive at fruitful answers. Teshuvah comes from the need of the people to be tied to the essence of God's voice by continuing to ask and inquire in every time and place. And this methodology is called She'elot u'Tshuvot, which literally translated means questions and answers. As Teshuvah is a legal response, however, a better translation of this methodology could be interpellations and decisions. When a person or a congregation doubts how to behave or proceed in a particular situation, they present a question to a rabbi or court of rabbis who issue a response, a teshuvah, that remains in force as a legal decision for future generations. In my case, the movement I belong to has a committee on Jewish law and standards composed of prominent rabbis and scholars that sets legal policy for the Masorti movement as a whole. Throughout the history of the Jewish community, many teshuvot or responses were written and have become part of the cultural and religious heritage of our people. It is important to point out that the inclusion of women rabbis and women jurists in legal discussions and decisions is a new phenomenon only reached by the Masorti movement in the 80s and by modern Orthodoxy 25 years later, and still the battle is not done. Throughout the centuries, the primary functions of rabbis was not given sermons, conduct marriages, or eulogize the dead, but to rule on matters of Jewish law, the halakha. To perform these functions, rabbis invoked superior principles to make a revision to the source on ethical grounds. These superior principles include Mishum Eiva, on account of hatred, This principle allows rabbis to avoid carrying out actions that, though legally correct, would offend people or cause strife. Or the principle of Darkei Shalom, the ways of peace, will require certain behaviors, even if they are not what pure halakha would like or demand, to avoid quarrels or confrontations. Another important principle is Tikkun Olam, establishing the world aright, healing humanity's wounds so that we are able to live according to our religion while also respecting the faiths of all. And we also have the principle of Darkei Noam, the ways of pleasantness. Rabbis use this precept to avoid insisting on certain strict legal practices if they have unpleasant consequences. In our sacred texts, in the book of Deuteronomy 6:18, it is written, "You shall do the straight and the good in the eyes of God." To do the right and the good in every time and place require us to adhere to the covenant and given laws, but for a covenant to continue, to have a binding force upon our behaviors, the spirit in which it was originally written must be translated into our current era. The Talmud cites this verse, "You shall do the straight and the good in the eyes of God," as the source for the importance of acting beyond the strict requirements of the law, beyond the strict requirements of the law. To behave beyond the letter of the law requires us to make an active commitment not to hide behind sources to enjoin us to betray the main principles of ethics and morality. Adhering to the spirit of the law inspires us to struggle against fundamentalism and extremism, which is a real threat to human expressions in our fragile world. It is upon this basis that we should understand the mentioned teshuvah. Scripture can become a living covenant when we fulfill God's boundless mandate to be a holy people. This holy people is in reality the entire humankind, which deserves to live in peace, freedom, and justice. Tarimakazi, shukran, toda. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rabbi Chemin. Our next speaker is from the United States, from a community that not everyone here is familiar with, but which emerged in the United States in the 19th century. His name is Elder Gary Stevenson. He belongs in the group of 12 apostles who govern the church. Its headquarters is in Salt Lake City, Utah, in the Intermountain region in western United States. He is going to speak about how his church, the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, have dealt with the context of changing reality which his community has faced over the past 180 years, or 200 years probably, since its founding. So Elder Stevenson, if you would share your experiences, I'm sure everyone here will be fascinated to hear.
Thank you so very much. My distinguished colleagues and friends, it is an honor to address you. We gather from around the world as ecclesiastical leaders, spiritual guides, and scholars of various religions, religious beliefs to share the perspectives of this global work of building peace. We face many challenges, but one of the tests of a successful society is to learn from the past and accept new light and knowledge that comes into the world. Religion is no different. We all learn from one another, from our past and from our present. May I begin quoting Joseph Smith, founding prophet of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, who said that we should receive all truth, let it come from whence it may. As an apostle of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, I represent a faith with the singular purpose, the salvation of all God's children. A book of Scripture we follow teaches that God's work and glory is to bring to pass the immortality and eternal life of man. Accomplishing that takes time. It is like a tree sprouting from a seed and growing into its potential. Religion progresses towards its full stature. Every religion has a story, and typically it is established in a particular time and place. Religious institutions initially focus inward as they lay the foundation of their own beliefs and organization. The unfolding Latter-day Saint story includes the search for harmony among our neighbors. Persecuted by mobs and driven from our homes, we migrated from place to place, seeking refuge to practice our religion in peace. We eventually settled in a corner of the American West, similar to other religious faiths and traditions of that era. There existed among early Latter-day Saints a fear of outside groups, unease about racial differences, and the apprehension of the influence of the prevailing culture. Notwithstanding our past, Latter-day Saints rely on foundational doctrine of continuing revelation, wherein knowledge unfolds line upon line, precept upon precept, as we strive to understand and live the will of the Lord. A significant essay on this topic explains that, quote, as the church grew worldwide, its overarching mission to go ye therefore into all nations seemed increasingly incompatible with priesthood and temple restrictions. The fact that full participation of Latter-day Saints of African descent was not possible became the focus of much prayer and fasting to understand the divine direction of the Lord. Through earnest petitioning over many years, the will of the Lord was revealed to the President of the Church in 1978, and all church privileges were extended to every worthy man, woman, and child. Members of the church, as I did, wept and rejoiced at the coming of this long-awaited day. In 2018, to commemorate the anniversary of the revelation, President Dallin H. Oaks of our first presidency described the significance of the change. Quote, many Latter-day Saints felt joy at this news. The numbers of valiant and faithful members of African descent who had accepted the gospel despite the restrictions was very small. Therefore, most of those who rejoiced were Anglo-Americans like me who witnessed the pain of black brothers and sisters and longed for their relief. The church reacted swiftly to the revelation on the priesthood. Ordinations and temple recommends came immediately. The reasons that had been given to try to explain the prior restrictions on members of African ancestry were promptly and publicly disavowed. Changes in the hearts and practices of individual members did not come suddenly and universally. Some accepted the effects of the revelation immediately and gratefully. Some accepted gradually. Some, in their personal lives, continued the attitudes of racism that have been painful to so many throughout the world. One of the most important effects of the revelation on the priesthood is its divine call to abandon attitudes of prejudice against any of God's children. Racism is probably the most familiar source of prejudice today, and we're all called to repent of that. Close quote. This revelation has been a great blessing to all church members, and we have been lifted and strengthened by the full participation of all of God's children. We have strengthened our priorities towards serving others and celebrating unity in diversity. Our shared values with people of faith have compelled us to build bridges of interfaith understanding, foster relationships of racial harmony, and promote fairness for all throughout society, as well as to collaborate with global humanitarian organizations. Giving to those in need is a principle of all Abrahamic religions and in others as well. A few months ago, the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints reported for the first time the extent of our humanitarian work worldwide. Our 2021 expenditures for those in need in 188 countries worldwide totaled $906 million, almost $1 billion US. In addition, our members volunteered over 6 million hours of labor in the same cause. The effort to engage in meaningful dialogue fuels trust. We have participated in conferences, events, discussions, and private talks with members of many races, ethnicities, and cultures. Listening to the human experience of others and sharing one's own journey leads to deeper understanding and respect. In this way, we strive to move ever closer to the universal ideal that all are alike unto God. By collaborating with our African American friends and government and religious leaders across Africa, we work to build those bridges of understanding spoken by President Oaks. As part of this broader effort, we have undertaken significant cultural exchanges, granted educational scholarships. Altogether, these are helping us create a brighter future together. Overcoming ignorance starts by understanding. To that end, we recently collaborated with Muslim friends to publish a booklet that helps people understand the similarities rather than the differences between Muslims and Latter-day Saints. This shows how the common beliefs, values, and practices in both faiths extend beyond political, ethnic, or cultural boundaries. Interestingly enough, our experience shows that religion can best provide solutions when they hold true to their core principles while also being guided by additional divine light and knowledge. When citizens learn to live together with respect and unity despite religious differences, we have the foundational stones of true peace. A fellow apostle stated, Catholics, evangelicals, Jews, Muslims, Latter-day Saints, and other faiths must be part of a coalition of faiths that succor, act as a sanctuary, and promulgate religious freedom across the world. The hard work of harmony is worth the effort it requires. President Russell M. Nelson, President of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, expressed this goal, quote, "Solutions will come as we open our hearts to those whose lives are different than our own, as we work to build bonds of genuine friendship, as we see each other as brothers and sisters we are, for we are all children of a loving God. The gospel of Jesus Christ calls on us to love people of all faiths, cultures, races, and nations for the common good. All are alike unto God." As one called to be a witness of Jesus Christ and promote the peace and love he taught, I testify of his divinity and invoke divine blessings on all who seek to serve God. In the name of Jesus Christ, amen.
Thank you, Elder Stevenson. Our next speaker first came to my awareness several years ago when a very close friend, both of Bishop Kuka and of mine, a gentleman named Andrew Walter, who was the vice president of the Knights of Columbus, a fraternal organization of American Catholics, sent me a homily that Bishop Kuka had written that he delivered perhaps to tens of thousands of Roman Catholics who gathered for the funeral. Pardon me if I cry, because I cried when I read this homily that he delivered. He delivered the homily for the funeral of a seminarian of the Diocese of the Catholic Church of Sokoto in northern Nigeria, That gentleman, the seminarian, I believe, might have been around 18 years old. He was kidnapped. He was tortured, and he was killed, and his body was thrown away as if it was trash. You can imagine the pain that this caused to his community. You can imagine. And Bishop Kuka delivered a funeral homily. It's remarkable in its touching qualities and its call for everyone in the face of such problems to take personal responsibility. I shared that homily with the chairman of Nahdlatul Ulama, Kia Haji Yarul Istakov, who read it as well. We've had an eye, so to speak, on Bishop Kuka ever since. We feel honored that he has come here to be with us today. I'm sorry to say that the kind of violence that he described several years ago is continuing today in Nigeria and many other parts of the world. And so this purpose, the purpose of the R20 is, as Pat Yahya says, as the organization states, the R20 Forum, to strive so that religion may serve as a genuine and dynamic source of solutions rather than problems in the 21st century. Reverend Kuka, if you would please.
Thank you very much. It just remains for me to add my voice to the voices of so many people who have spoken before me about the honor and the privilege of standing here before such a wonderful audience. I wish that I had better news to deliver to you about my country and a lot of other countries in Africa and around the world. In an earlier statement that I made at the United States Congress in July last year, I summarized my country, Nigeria, in the following words, and I just crave your indulgence to repeat them. I said, from its inception as an independent nation, Nigeria has remained a volatile country, home to over 200 million people, highly resourceful, but endemically corrupt, a combination of serious governance missteps, series of military coups, years of maladministration, a culture of violence have seriously slowed down what would have been one of the greatest nations on earth. It has left its people vulnerable to poverty, disease, violence, and death. Here is the enigma about this great country called Nigeria. Amidst all of this, in 2014, the World Value Survey ranked Nigerians, in spite of all their woes, as the happiest people in the world. Today, a combination of local and global factors of terrorism have further pushed the country to the precipice. After well over 10 years of battling Boko Haram, insurgency, banditry, ethno-religious violence, our weary citizens are absorbed in self-doubt, their natural happiness clouded by the dark clouds of despair. And every day, news of abductions, armed robberies, kidnappings for ransom, murders and assassination of our innocent citizens persist. Our sacred places of worship have become killing fields. Hundreds of worshippers have been murdered in mosques and churches across the country. In response to much of the world, in response to all of this, most of the world tends to simply shrug its shoulders and moves on, as if this cauldron of violence in Africa's most populated country will never reach comfortable people elsewhere in the world. Against this background, I applaud this conference for taking the historic step to address the issues directly. I specifically commend the goal of this conference, which is, quote, to prevent the weaponization of identity and combat the spread of hatred, end of quote. In reality, the reality which confronts us, so many of us today, hatred feeds on the weaponization of identity. It marginalizes the other and creates the condition for the dehumanization of all of us all, an inevitability that takes us to the dark road of the justification of violence and ultimately murder. I speak to this theme, as many others have before me, with a lot of anxiety. The Nigerian story of the weaponization of religion has been characterized by the manipulation of historical narratives between Christians and Muslims, setting ethnic groups against one another. Most Muslims in northern Nigeria have continued to re-echo sentiments of the old caliphate, which existed for 100 years between 1804 and 1903, which views Christianity as a foreign religion, while dismissing that Islam itself originated from the Arab Peninsula. The result, of course, is that Christians in northern Nigeria today find that their faith is in danger, both physically and socially, even within developed municipalities. Christian religious tradition and history is prohibited in most public schools, whereas Islamic religious fundamentals are everywhere required in the same schools. Therefore, except for the very poor, Christians do not send their children to public schools in most parts of northern Nigeria. Occasionally, deserving Christian students complain that they are often denied admissions and places in many universities despite their qualifications. In cases of employment and promotion, even indigenous Christians suffer basically the same feelings of exclusion. Compounding this structural persecution of Christians in northern Nigeria, we have witnessed a growing culture of overt Islamic violence spalling over the decades, a form of violence that now threatens most of Africa. This violence has been manifested in Nigeria in two distinct phases. First, the intra-religious violence such as that between different sects within Islam itself, namely the Sunni, the Shiites, Izala, Boko Haram, ISWAP, and others. Second is the violence by Muslim extremists that direct and target Christians with their infrastructure, such as churches, presbyteries, convents, schools, hospitals, and even social structures for public use, such as pastoral centers. We suffered this fate most recently in my diocese, Sokoto, which is in the far northwest of northern Nigeria, and it's also the seat of the old caliphate. Many of you, I'm sure, heard about the brutal murder of Deborah Samuel, a young Christian student who was accused of blasphemy and publicly murdered on the campus on May 13, 2022, by her fellow Muslim students who complained of the forced introduction of religion, who complained that she had blasphemed against the Prophet. Far from universal condemnation of this horrific act, many Islamic extremists applauded the murder, claiming that it was justified and calling for additional violence against anyone who might ask for legal justice against the perpetrators. This is despite the condemnation of this act by the governor of the state, the Sultan who is the leader of the Muslim community in Nigeria, and my humble self. With this rise of Islamic extremism, we've seen a spread in the abductions and kidnappings of clerics across the board. While we have cases of abductions of very visible Muslim clerics in some parts of northern Nigeria, especially in the northeast and the northwest, the abductions of senior Christian churchmen has been far more pronounced, targeted, and vicious. In the course of this, my diocese of Sokoto, we've had one of our priests and a seminarian who was referred to, murdered by bandits. 4 more of my priests were kidnapped, and 2 pastoral agents were kidnapped. Only last week was one released. These persons have been held at various places across the country, and very often, as it is the case, the security agencies look the other way, while hapless families, churches have to negotiate with bandits, paying millions of dollars that we can ill afford. I'd like to conclude my comments by making a few observations. First, for us in Africa, the weak infrastructure of the state has predisposed our public office holders to corruption on a truly monumental scale. Governance is seen as state capture, where the political class simply share patronage based on their cynical exploitation of the fault lines of religion and ethnicity. Very often, we joke in Nigeria that when it comes to stealing and appropriation of state resources, there are no Muslims and there are no Christians, because they say a common prayer. Nepotism becomes a weapon of mass corruption in Africa when politicians present themselves as champions of either their ethnic groups or religious group. This exploitation prevents the true democratization and development of our countries across the board. Second, the governments in Africa, and I speak about Nigeria in particular, must develop a strong culture and a legal basis for pursuing our common citizenship as enshrined in the Constitution, the supreme laws of our land. In our country, Nigeria, we find that most Muslims, especially in northern Nigeria, believe that somehow, even in a democracy, the Constitution is an inferior document and prefer that they live under Sharia law. Although the same Constitution accepts Sharia law, but only as it applies to personal matters. But we have seen constantly an assault on the Constitution and an unwillingness to subscribe to the fine principles that celebrate our diversity as provided for in the Constitution. And I speak here of provisions towards national cohesion that include intermarriages among citizens, but which in many parts of northern Nigeria, we're told that the prescription for a marriage between a Christian and a Muslim, except it is a Christian girl marrying a Muslim, which happens very frequently, but the idea of a young Muslim boy, a young Christian boy marrying a Muslim girl, we're told, and it's popular, that the punishment for that is death. The tragedy, of course, is that the elite say and do nothing. And my argument has always been that it is the elite disposition that predisposes and expands the frontiers of violence by extremists. Thirdly, it is clear to us now that we are all at risk from the hands of these terrorists who use ethnicity and religion to destroy our common humanity. Whether we call them Boko Haram or ISIS or other ethnically or racially based groups, we must all stand together and insist that injury to one is injury to all. Fourthly, a comprehensive integrated program of education remains the cure for extremism. It is not enough for leaders of faith to continue to engage in mere moral rhetoric and meaningless dialogue designed to appease donors while leaving our people victims. As I've said in Nigeria and seen and elsewhere, the first victims of religiously inspired violence by extremists is always their own people. And when we speak in many parts of Nigeria, my Muslim brothers tend to say, well, stop complaining. They're not only killing Christians, they're killing Muslims too. But my response to all of this is, if your son steals from me, you don't console me by telling me he's also stealing from you. In today's world, these victims are often Muslims. And in northern Nigeria, majority of those who have died in the hands of Boko Haram and ISWAP, bandits and kidnappers have been Muslims. In closing, I again commend this initiative. However, beyond conferences, we must develop a coherent program of lessons and agreed principles that we can learn and accept from one another. This cancer of weaponization of religion threatens all of us. And history shows us that the empires and emperors have had their day. The world will always be full of men and women with grand delusions about how they have been divinely sent to create a new world at the cost of human blood. However, we must work harder to cure them of their delusions by taking them out of circulation. Here, developing nations must do more than merely append their signatures to international laws that protect human rights. Religious bodies on their part, in collaboration with civil society, must work together to ensure a fairer world for all. Given the plurality of our societies, relations between Christians and Muslims and people based on ethnicity can be better improved if government avoid open discrimination based on religious and other forms of identity. Whereas our religious beliefs and cultures must remain sources of law, the secular democracies must focus on the provisions of national constitutions. Thus, religious leaders should avoid the manipulation of identities and encourage areas of integration through education, common citizenship, intermarriages, and other forms of social cohesion anticipated and enshrined in our constitutions. Finally, a fundamental belief in human dignity and the sacred nature of the family binds us all together. Every one of us here today. Weaponizing identity through dubious and false religious and ethnic triumphalism, as the world has seen under apartheid, racism, Nazism, and only recently the tragedy in Rwanda, all of these only diminish our common humanity. The continued weaponization of identity in plural societies will only make progress impossible, national cohesion elusive, and development a dream deferred. Leaders of world religions must unite in the face of the forces of secularism and extremism, and there is a sense in which our silence in moments of severe danger and rupture of our societies in the name of religion only offers the greatest opening doors to extremism. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Our next two speakers are both citizens of Indonesia. They represent the two largest Muslim organizations in Indonesia. Often in this country, as many of you know, but also many of you who are visiting us from abroad may not know, Indonesia is a multi-religious and pluralistic nation state. It's not a secular nation, but nor is Islam its state religion. There are multiple religions that are recognized as having equal status, and the Constitution of Indonesia guarantees freedom of worship, freedom of conscience. The two organizations in question are often referred to in Indonesia as Soko Negara atau Soko NKRI, Soko UD45, because the foundation of the Indonesian nation state, NKRI means the Unitary State of the Republic of Indonesia, UD45 means the Constitution of Indonesia, which has Pancasila as its foundation. So what I said in Indonesian a moment ago is that these two organizations, Muhammadiyah and Nahdlatul Ulama, are regarded as the pillars which uphold the roof and the entire structure of Indonesia as a multi-religious and pluralistic nation state. So our first speaker, Kiai Imam Ad Darud Qutni, is here today representing the Nahdlatul Ulama Central Board. He will speak to us about a concept, but it's more than a concept. It's really a way of actualizing and inculcating within the Muslim community in Indonesia, particularly within the context of the Muhammadiyah, the idea I believe they refer to as Islam berkemajuan. And I believe that Kiai Imam will tell us about this so that we can all learn from the experience of the Muhammadiyah and their particular strategies and practice in upholding the traditions of religious pluralism and tolerance in Indonesia. Thank you.
Thank you for the good introduction. Let me convey the greeting of Muhammadiyah, the greeting of peace. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I'm sorry. Well, Peace be upon you, all of you, with the God providence within. I am representing Muhammadiyah, as said before, given the very core messages as delivered by His Excellency, the President of Nahdlatul Ulama, Kiai Haji Yahya Stakov, here yesterday, that we should prioritize the unity and also the common agreement on the promotion of the peace and the prosperity on behalf of the religious leaders gathering here. Muhammadiyah, in line with this, also as the standard bearer of the progressive Islam, always convey the peace messages to the nation, even though my text is black out, so excuse me, say it directly. Muhammadiyah, always in line with the messages of the President of Nahdlatul Ulama yesterday, always convey the peace. And from the earliest time, Muhammadiyah try at first promote the modernization in terms of the apparatus and appliances of the education, modernization in terms of the education system. Then now, since 2004, Muhammadiyah declared the urgency of promoting the progressive Islam. The progressive Islam deals with the ideas of the external or influenced by external and internal factors. External factors dealing with the deteriorating conditions of the human civilizational heritages because of, to some extent, the excessive practices of our democracy that we have been confessing so far. Many parts of the world has been now jammed down to the ruins of the civilizational grandeur and splendor, particularly in Africa, some part in the Asian, Inner Asia, and also the part of the Iraq or Syria, and so on and so forth. This is exactly not only dealing with the nations of the region, but it is also our identity, the identity of the world, all of us. It is also the identity of the democracy to be upheld together as of today. Nevertheless, Muhammadiyah sometimes is stigmatized as the radicals group of Islam and fundamentalists to some extent. But it is, I think, Muhammadiyah think that it is misconceived to some extent and also misunderstood. Why? Even in Indonesia, we never, since the 100 years Muhammadiyah have dedicated their vision and mission, never think and a set of agenda to substitute any system of our country. The top of Muhammadiyah leader even had been one of the founding fathers of this Republic of Indonesia. And as of today, and currently, Muhammadiyah has been developing and continue developing the progress of the education system in part of our nation development. More than 100 years, Muhammadiyah has dedicated his vision and mission now. More than 200 universities of Muhammadiyah across the nation accommodate 1,000 of non-Muslim students who are pursuing their studies. In NTT, eastern part of Nusa Tenggara alone, University of Muhammadiyah sometimes is put in a joke as the CMU. CMU is abbreviation of the Christian Muhammadiyah University. This is a fact. So, but in Papua, the majority of the students are Christian too. And 65 of the students are Christian. When there took place the riot in, as the aftermath of the reform in the 1998, Muhammadiyah buildings, the eastern part of Indonesia, defended by the Christian people too. So this is now Muhammadiyah promoting this progressive Islam just in terms of promoting how we should revitalize our democracy, not to be excessive. We should be a democratic people and should be the defender of the prosperity of the world and the civilization. That's all, and thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Thank you very much, Kaimam. Our next speaker is very well known in Indonesia. His name is Kiai Haji Ulil Abshar Abdallah. He is the chairman of Lakpesdam, which is the Institute for Study and Development of Human Resources within Nahdlatul Ulama. He was appointed to this position last January when Kiai Haji Yahul Stakuf became the chairman of the Central Board. He has an extremely profound responsibility because Nahdlatul Ulama has been moving for a number of years, laying the foundation for something that in Indonesian we refer to as, or in Arabic I should say, referred to as fiqh al-hadara, fiqh peradaban, or civilizational fiqh, an understanding of Islamic law suitable for the modern civilization that we are inhabiting, where Muslims and non-Muslims are dwelling side by side. This is a very old experience within Indonesia. You could say in many ways the roots of fiqh al-hadara lie within the Malay archipelago, lie within the roots of Indonesian Islam. But in a global environment, Nahdlatul Ulama has concluded, having faced challenges from ISIS, having faced challenges from various Islamist and extremist groups, it's essential to position this within the theological and legal framework of Islam. And so Nahdlatul Ulama, rather than anticipate what Kiai Ulil will say, I will simply say that he is leading a process under the guidance of Kiai Haji Yahul Stakuf in order to develop and socialize this idea of civilizational fiqh throughout the Nahdlatul Ulama. If you would, please.
Good morning. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Let me begin my speech by telling you a story. In 70s of last century, Kiai Haji Abdul Rahman Wahid, or as widely known as Gus Dur, our former president and our former general chairperson of Nahdlatul Ulama, was invited to give a lecture in a Christian seminary in Malang, East Java. Gus Dur was still young by then, and he accepted the invitation. So he went to this Christian seminary in Malang, in East Java, and gave a lecture or presentation about Islam. But the controversy ensued or followed after Gus Dur came home. News spread out about his going and visiting and giving a lecture in Christian seminary. Some traditional ulama or cleric of our organization objected very much to Gus Dur giving a lecture in Christian seminary. That was in 70s. I can describe that period, borrowing from the Catholic terminology, as our pre-Vatican II moment in our history in Nahdlatul Ulama. At that time, the idea of interreligious dialogue wasn't known or popular among our scholars or intellectual or ulama. Then, moving forward, in 80s of last century, 1980s, Kiai Haji Abdurrahman Wahid or Gus Dur became one of the important icon and symbol of the interfaith dialogue. And by then, Gus Dur became the president or the general chairperson of Nahdlatul Ulama. And Gus Dur initiated a series of dialogue, of interfaith dialogue. And Gus Dur is one of the most important intellectual, thinker, and also ulama who was responsible for setting in motion a series of dialogue, interfaith conversation, and also produce a new generation of Muslim thinkers and intellectuals who were active in interfaith dialogue, including me. Today, Nahdlatul Ulama sponsored, initiated, in collaboration with Rabita Alam al-Islami, to organize this very ambitious forum to bring together leaders from different faith, tradition, religion, to sit together in Bali, in the land of God, as local say. This is the land of God. Can you imagine the journey from 70s to 2022? The journey from Gus Dur being criticized because of giving lecture in Christian seminary, to today, this morning, the same organization, the same ulama, and today we see this forum. I think this is a quite remarkable journey. I would say that this is a Copernican revolution or Copernican leap from 70s to 2022. So our leaders, Kiai Yahya Stakov, for me or for us in Nahdlatul Ulama, is the continuation of this journey. He initiated this forum believing that Islam and all religion can contribute to solve the current problem that we face in modern time. Starting from August this year, Nahdlatul Ulama launched a project called Halaqah Fikih Peradaban. The goal is to encourage the ulama, our ulama, our ulama who are affiliated with Nahdlatul Ulama, to do what some Muslim thinkers in Arab countries call i'adatul qira'ah, or rereading, namely rethinking our tradition and recontextualizing our tradition in the light of our current social, cultural, political, and economical context. Ladies and gentlemen, Muslims are not alone in encountering the challenge posed by modernity. The challenge can be summed up in the following question: how far can we be still anchored and rooted in our tradition without losing relevance in modern society? How can we be Muslim or Jews or Christian, Hindus, Buddhists, etc., in the sense of being faithful, loyal to our tradition, and yet remain relevant in modern society? Or, as some Arab Muslim thinkers in Middle East term it, as the mushkila, the challenge of al-asala wal-hadatha. That's the biggest challenge of Muslim today. Jews, Christian, and Muslim, I name only these three religions since they share common ancestry. Jews, Christian, and Muslim have one thing in common. They inherit textual tradition in the form of exegetical corpus called tafsir, produced by religious scholars or ulama of a span of centuries in the past. Those textual traditions constitute a foundation upon which the society of believers, or ummah, is founded. Jews, Christian, and Muslim share common religious experience, namely the experience as the society of texts, mujtama'un nas. Scripture, which literally means a written document or written thing, lies at the heart of Jewish, Christian, and Muslim religious and spiritual life. An Egyptian scholar who happened to visit my father-in-law's house in Rembang in Central Java, his name is Professor Nasser Hamid Abu Zaid, aptly characterized Islamic civilization as the civilization of texts, or hadaratun nas. In a nutshell, we cannot understand the mechanic of Islamic society or other religious society, including Christian and Jewish, without paying serious attention to the texts around which Muslim life revolves. However, in the context of Islam, there is no single text. There is one single text with capital T that constitutes the foundational text, or an-nasul mu'assis, from which all other texts come from. And that is the Quran and Sunnah, or the prophetic tradition. These texts give rise to thousands of texts, other texts written by the ulama, by the scholars, by the cleric in the past. And this thousands of texts in the form of exegetical corpus that explain and interpret the Quran and Sunnah became the foundation of the Muslim life throughout the centuries. The problem is, and this is the problem that Muslim, Christian, and Jews share, as Rabbi Sylvina Shemen quite wonderfully speak about it in her passionate speech. The problem is that these texts, these 1,000 texts, were written in a different context. This is the problem. And Nahdlatul Ulama literally means the awakening of traditional religious ulama or religious scholars. We inherit this rich tradition of text. The problem is that these texts were written in the different context, different situation. Our challenge today as a Muslim, as a member of Nahdlatul Ulama or as Nahdliyin, is to rethink, reinterpret, reevaluate our understanding, our interpretation of this text. Nahdlatul Ulama, under the guidance of Kiai Yahya Khalil Stakuf, initiated from August this year a series of seminar called Halaqah of Fiqh Peradaban. And these seminars are, the goal is to encourage our ulama to rethink, to do i'adatul qira'ah, to do rereading and rethinking of our tradition. It started from August, and we are going to organize 250 halaqah seminars in the span of 5 months. And I'm responsible for organizing this halaqah, and the response of the kiai, of the ulama, of our leaders and scholars are quite enthusiastic, which is quite, for me, is surprising. There is no moment of ulama questioning me or Kiai Yahya why organizing this seminar or this halaqah, because this halaqah is trying to criticize and also contextualize and rethink our tradition. So this is, I think, a good progress in Nahdlatul Ulama, and I believe that this halaqah will produce a new generation of kiai, of ulama, who can contextualize Islamic tradition within the modern context. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Our final speaker in this session is a native of Turkey. He lives currently and teaches in the United States at San Diego State University. He's an expert on global Islam and thinks deeply about all of these issues. We've asked Professor Ahmet Kuru to deliver a summary of his assessment of what all these organizations are doing, because prior to coming here, what all of these organizations are doing is already the subject of his academic study.
Assalamu alaikum. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. I am honored to be in this historic event, especially this seminal panel. Thankful to Pak Yahya, Holland Taylor, and Tim Shah and other organizers. In 4 days, it will be my 50th birthday. When I was born half a century ago in Turkey, it was the high moment of secularism worldwide as a political trend. And when I decided to become a practicing Muslim, I faced some level of discrimination, and especially my wife, wearing a scarf, faced official discrimination in Turkish secular structure. But gradually, eventually, there is a religious revival worldwide. Hence, it made me happy with the expectation of expanding of religious freedoms. Global changes, including Iranian revolution, the collapse of the Soviet Union, the worldwide decline of socialism, the rise of evangelicals in the United States, religious parties in Israel, BJP in India, and Islamism worldwide. But I am not happy with this religious revival, and I am not alone. When we look at American society in the last 10 years, the percentage of unaffiliated people with no religion jumped from 15% to 25%. In Iran, according to a recent survey, more than half of the people define themselves no longer Muslim. In Turkey, the Director of Religious Affairs, Diyanet, recently admitted that there is a rising deism even in Islamic schools. Why? What's happening? My short answer is politicization of religion. The alliance between clergy and political rulers, especially in authoritarian countries, push young generation to secularism. And this clergy-state alliance has deep historical roots. In the Muslim world, the golden era of science and philosophy between 8th to 12th centuries really ended with the rise of ulama-state alliance. And more recently, with the religious revival I emphasize, we see now the combination of GOP, Republican Party, and evangelicals in the United States, the rise of Hindu nationalism in India, Diyanet as the partner of Tayyip Erdogan's regime in Turkey, Iran ruled by the clergy, LSR part and Grand Mufti part of the Sisi regime, and all of them mean that religion is becoming part of right-wing populism, which brings together religion, nationalism, and a demagogic political leadership. And what about the impact? It's mostly certain danger to religious minorities, and we have been hearing in this panel and others. And when religious minorities persecuted, attacked by right-wing governments, it's mostly secularists defend. In the United States, when Trump pushing the Muslim ban, it was ACLU, the most secularist institution, defend Muslim rights. When in India, Muslims face persecution, it is the secularists in India who defend them. And when Uyghur Muslims in China persecuted, Muslim Islamic governments didn't support them, neither Saudi Arabia, nor Indonesia, nor several other countries, you name it, which gives the idea that secularists are for human rights and minority rights, and religious leaders are mostly for majoritarian domination of their majoritarian religion. So this is truly a challenge, and for me, it may mean the rise of certain level of secularist backlash coming in the future. And the solution, I think this panel asks the rightful question about these concerns. What can we do? What values do our respective traditions need to promote to ensure that religion functions as a source of genuine solution, not problem, in the 21st century? And the panelists already gave excellent answers. They each provided bold and insightful remarks about how to reform Jewish, Mormon, Christian, and Muslim traditions within their own criteria, particularly on the issue of minority rights. They have emphasized that majority religions should defend a moral ground against the persecution of others and religious minorities, so that religious stance would help the establishment of equal citizenship. So I had the privilege to read 4 of the papers before the panel, and if I briefly mention them, Rabbi Professor Ellen Brill and Rabbi Silvina Chaman referred to a seminal reformist document, The Status of Non-Jews in the Jewish Land and Jewish Law, and this document is crucial for the future relations between Jews and non-Jews, particularly Muslims and Christian Arabs. Then Imam Ad-Dararukhnitni explained how Muhammadiyah has pursued a reformist agenda for progressive Islam. And my friend Mas'ulil Ulil Abdullah explained how Indonesia's Nahdlatul Ulama has had a historic initiative, humanitarian Islam, which focus on rahmah, loosely translated as love and compassion, and it reformed Islamic thought on controversial issues, including equal citizenship and relations with non-Muslims. And this humanitarian Islam was very important for me in the United States when my students were all reading about the Taliban's retaking power in Afghanistan, and the media was full of news about that. The Conversation.com approached me to write and show the diverse visions of Islam, and then I pick up humanitarian Islam with on the 3 issues that try to reform Islamic thought. One issue is the leadership caliphate, emphasizing that modern state with its democratic structure is perfectly fine. The second is the issue of eco-citizenship. Non-Muslims should not be discriminated as secondary citizens. And the third issue is the legitimacy of the law parliaments are making without really promoting the Islamist agenda of Sharia-based Islamic state, but legitimizing the secular or parliamentary structure. And then when I teach my students and wrote the article about humanitarian Islam, it really makes them, give them idea that it's not all about Taliban, but there are other visions, and a major vision coming from Indonesia, and hopefully it may have an impact in the long run, even in the Middle East. So the discussions in this panel about reforming religious traditions within themselves, particularly on the issue of minority rights, is very promising and motivating. This is the true direction to make religions function as a source of solution, not a problem, in the 21st century. And my talk has been like a social scientific presentation, and let me conclude with a religious tone and the inclusive message of the Quran, chapter 2, verse 62. Truly those who believe, and those who are Jews, Christians, and Sabians, whoever believes in God and the last day, and whoever does righteous deeds, have their reward with their Lord. No fear shall come upon them, nor shall they grieve. Thank you.
In wrapping up this session, I'll just tell an anecdote here about Kai Haji Yahya Stakuf. By the way, thank you, Ahmet. But Yahya is very, very familiar with this teshuvah that was created by the Rabbinical Assembly. He studied it in length. He also is quite familiar with the structure of the Masorti movement, their way of approaching all this. And often in the context of his addresses, you can imagine being the chairman of the world's largest Muslim organization. He's constantly on the move. He's constantly addressing domestic audiences. Actually, he has very much less time now for international engagement than he did prior to becoming the chairman of the Central Board of Nahdlatul Ulama. Been traveling around Indonesia, and I've heard him many times reference this teshuvah from the Rabbinical Assembly. And every time he references it, because as you can readily imagine within Muslim communities, not only due to the conflict between Israel and Palestine, but also due to a long history between Islam and Judaism, and a history of warfare between Islam and Christianity that goes back millennia, there can be a certain mindset, and the same is absolutely true in reverse, that in terms of a prejudicial mindset. And whenever Bat Yahya speaks about this teshuvah, he knows it has two distinct effects. One effect is it reduces anti-Semitism. The very fact that a Masorti movement, which is based on halakha, but believes in the recontextualization of Jewish teachings, has honestly identified those elements within classical Jewish law which can lead to persecution and violence against non-Jews. The very fact that the Masorti movement has acknowledged this and addressed it and said we need to recontextualize our teachings and move beyond this history of conflict with non-Jews is something that has an immediate effect upon Muslims, which is that this is a wonderful thing that these rabbis are doing. And it has a distinct effect both to reduce anti-Semitism and to inspire the thought this would be a very relevant process within Islam itself. And this is the precise thing that Kai Haji Ulil Abshar Abdallah is responsible for, and that Imam Ad-Daraqutni and Islam Barka Majwan and the Muhammadiyya are doing. So I want to thank all of our guests here today for speaking, for coming such a long distance, and I want to thank all of you for your patience with us, and I hope you found this session stimulating.
Mr. Holland, now we would like to have a token of appreciation. I would like to invite Mrs. Safira Mahrusa to deliver the token of appreciation. All right. Now, again, we would like to invite Ambassador, His Excellency Ambassador Safira Mahrusa, to deliver the token of appreciation to all the speakers and also the moderator. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite you to give a big round of applause to our speakers and also moderator. All right, after the token of appreciations, we also would like to give the certificate to all our speakers. Thank you very much for all your perspective and thought to the fourth plenary session for this morning. All right, ladies and gentlemen, token of appreciation and certificate already delivered. Now we have the photo group sessions. All right, for all the speakers, His Excellency Ambassador Safira Mahrusa will have a photo session. All right, please give a big round of applause to our beloved speaker and also moderator. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, and now you may return to your seat. All right, ladies and gentlemen, to have a little bit of enjoying, so we would like to give you a time to having an enjoy coffee break and toilet break for about 5 minutes. Again, ladies and gentlemen, we only give you 5 minutes to have a toilet break, and after that we will continue to our next sessions in the 5 minutes ahead. excuse me, for Mr. Ulil. And then Mr. Elder Gary. And then Mr. Alan Brill to proceed to the press conference room. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to give announcement for those who holding the interpreter system. Please return to your seat. Again, for those who holding the interpreter system, to return back to your seat. We are about to start our next sessions. Ladies and gentlemen, we request you to have your seat. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to ask your cooperation because we are about to start our agenda. Again, we would like to ask your cooperation because we are about to start our next agenda. So please, to all of you, to return to your seat. One more time, I would like to request your cooperation because we're about to start our next agenda, which is the 5th plenary session. For those who are on stage, please return to your seat. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your cooperations because we are about to start our 5th plenary sessions. For those who are still remaining on the stage, please, I request you to return to your seat. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to give a little bit of announcement about the interpreter system. We changed the channel for Bahasa Indonesia. It's in channel 30 and English in channel 5 and Arabic in channel 10. Again, I would like to give announcement regarding the interpreter system. For Bahasa Indonesia in channel 10, Bahasa English language in channel 5 and Arabic language in channel 10. Again, for informations, we have the update of interpreter system for Bahasa Indonesia, channel 30, for English, channel 5, and for Arabic, channel 10. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please proceed to the ballroom because we are about to start our agenda, our next agenda. And also I would like to remind you to please have your seat in the first row so you may enjoy the plenary session. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to request you to return to the ballroom because we are about to start our All right, ladies and gentlemen, one more time, we would like to request you to return to your seat because we are about to start our plenary session 5. With the theme, what values do we need to develop to ensure peaceful coexistence and why? This is such a great topic to be discussed. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to G20 Religion Forum, and we will continue for the next sessions. Will be panel discussion with the theme, what values do we need to develop to ensure peaceful coexistence and why? So without further ado, I would like to invite our moderator, Dr. Timothy Samuel Shah, as the Director of Strategic Initiatives, Center for Shared Civilizations Value.
Good morning, distinguished guests, distinguished friends of Indonesia. A warm good morning. Selamat siang also to our Indonesian participants. We're delighted to be having this discussion about what values we need to develop to ensure peaceful coexistence and why. I am Dr. Timothy Shah, Director of Strategic Initiatives for the Center for Shared Civilizational Values, and I'm proud to say that the Center for Shared Civilizational Values serves as the permanent secretariat for the R20. Perhaps, as you can guess from my clothing and also from my beautiful wife, Rebecca, I am a proud son of India, and maybe you can guess from my accent that I am also proud of my American background, but you may not know that I'm equally proud, and I'm delighted to say this on this occasion, to be a proud friend of the Republic of Indonesia, a proud friend of Nahdlatul Ulama, a proud friend of the Humanitarian Islam movement, and if I may say so, a loyal disciple of Gus Yahya, Kiai Haji Yahya Khalil Stakuf. And it is a great privilege to be working alongside Kiai Haji Yahya Khalil Stakuf and his leadership and his efforts, his vision to build a movement for shared moral and spiritual values through the R20 Summit. As you've already heard, the theme of our plenary session now, plenary session 5, is what values do we need to develop to ensure peaceful coexistence and why? I suspect those of us who are married know that unless they develop certain new values that they did not have before they were married, it will not be possible to enjoy peaceful coexistence in one's marriage. The values that we may have had when we were single, before we were married, need to develop and change, and we need to develop new values if we're going to live peacefully and harmoniously with our spouse. In the same way, I think many of us recognize that in our world, in our increasingly globalized world, in our increasingly interconnected world, the human family really inhabits a single household. And if we are going to enjoy harmonious, peaceful coexistence, we need to learn to get along. We need to learn new values if we're going to have not just the absence of violent conflict, but if we're going to have a true fellowship and live as a human family on the basis of justice and truth as well as compassion. After the horrors of the Holocaust and World War II, the entire world realized that it had to develop new values and embrace new values if the horrors of World War II, the horrors of genocide, the horrors of horrific fascism, totalitarianism, nationalist tribalism, if those horrors were not to be repeated, and if the world was not to be plunged again into world war, new values had to be developed. And so the whole world, as Professor Marianne Glendon discussed yesterday, needed to embrace together a set of new values. Values of national self-determination, which was not a consistent value in the past. Respect for the inalienable and intrinsic dignity of every human being, a value that had not been universally recognized in the past. And so these new values were, as Professor Glendon noted yesterday, adopted and identified and articulated, for example, in the United Nations Charter and in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. But today, 75 years later, we are conscious that we need a new effort, a new push to gather all of the world's cultures and religions and civilizations into a common endeavor to identify and embrace those values without which we will not be able to live in peace as a single human family. In some sense, this is not a matter of inventing entirely new values, but this may be a matter of building on old values, developing and nurturing and articulating old values in new ways in order to enjoy peaceful coexistence. The Church, the Roman Catholic Church, of which I am a follower, articulated this very beautifully in its document Dignitatis Humanae in 1965 at the end of the Second Vatican Council. The Council said that in articulating its teaching on religious liberty, it was drawing on the sacred tradition and doctrine of the Church, and I quote, "the treasury out of which the Church continually brings forth new things that are in harmony with the things that are old." New things that are in harmony with the things that are old. So in a sense, our question is, what are the new things that we need to bring out of our respective religious, moral, and civilizational traditions that are in harmony with the things that are old, but also necessary in order to live peacefully and harmoniously and on the basis of justice in our new and very dynamic and challenging global environment. Without further ado, I'm delighted to introduce and welcome the members of our panel, and I'd like to ask them to come join me on the stage, who will be addressing the questions that I've just been raising and articulating. Without further ado, I'd like to invite the Reverend Dr. Thomas Johnson to come forward, the Most Venerable Kotapitiye Rahulathera, Marcella Szymanski, Dr. Peter Berkowitz, and the Reverend Paolo Benanti. And as they come forward, I will introduce each of them, and I will introduce them in turn immediately before they deliver their remarks. So let's please give them a warm welcome. I'm delighted that these extraordinary panelists, scholars, and leaders represent a kaleidoscopic and beautiful diversity in terms of religious tradition, cultural background, as well as national background. And I'm delighted that our first speaker will be a very, very close friend and ally in the building of the movement for shared civilizational values. Indeed, the Reverend Dr. Thomas K. Johnson, who is our first speaker, is a great friend, one of the greatest friends, I would say, of Indonesia and the Humanitarian Islam movement and the Center for Shared Civilizational Values that we have anywhere outside of Indonesia. The Reverend Johnson serves as Special Envoy to the Vatican and Special Envoy for Engaging Humanitarian Islam at the World Evangelical Alliance. And let me just point out that the World Evangelical Alliance represents over 600 million Protestant Christians in 143 countries worldwide. A widely published author on theology, ethics, and human rights, Reverend Johnson also serves as Senior Theological Advisor to the World Evangelical Alliance, and significantly, he's also the co-chair of a joint working group that Humanitarian Islam, the Humanitarian Islam movement of Nahdlatul Ulama, established formally with the World Evangelical Alliance in 2020. Among his many, many books is a significant recent book in which he explores possible lines of collaboration and commonality and partnership between the Humanitarian Islam movement of Nahdlatul Ulama and the World Evangelical Alliance, and that book is entitled Humanitarian Islam, Evangelical Christianity, and the Clash of Civilizations, a new partnership for peace and religious freedom, published by the World Evangelical Alliance Theological Commission. And let me just say one more thing, which is that Reverend Johnson, an evangelical theologian, has literally spent thousands of hours studying carefully the documents of Nahdlatul Ulama and the humanitarian Islam movement. And he has come away from that very deep study with a remarkable understanding of and respect for the great humanitarian Islam movement of Nahdlatul Ulama. And his personal study was the basis for the partnership that subsequently ensued. So it's with great pleasure that we welcome you to the podium, Reverend Johnson.
Hello? Yes. We could all be dead in 20 minutes. And if we're not dead, there would be no reason to go on living because everyone else would be dead. Those were the words of my father during the Cuban Missile Crisis in October of 1962. I had seen on the TV that many of the people talking were very concerned, and I asked him why. That was his explanation. He explained that this was not just a conflict between two men, J.F. Kennedy and Nikita Khrushchev. It was not just a conflict between two countries, the Soviet Union and the United States. It was indeed a conflict between two entirely different ways of life. Though he did not say so explicitly, he was talking about a clash of civilizations, two ways of life of different people that were so different they led to conflict. More than 30 years later, after the Cold War ended without a nuclear apocalypse, we began to hear about a new clash of civilizations. This time, the warnings came from respected scholars at Ivy League institutions, people such as Bernard Lewis and Samuel P. Huntington. And Huntington claimed, and I quote, "The causes lie not in transitory phenomena such as 12th century Christian passion or 20th century Muslim fundamentalism. They flow from the nature of the two religions and the civilizations based on them." After reading Lewis and Huntington, I wondered if our world was destined to endless conflict between civilizations, endless conflict because of irreducible differences in our religions. But as I listened over 3 decades to thousands of Christians and Muslims and people of other religions, while I was teaching in universities and speaking to human rights organizations, I learned, what I heard is that almost no one wants that kind of conflict. Almost everyone is appalled at the destruction and devastation of war. Even the people who die in such a war are people of another religion or worldview. I began to see that Lewis and Huntington had not predicted an inevitable future, but rather they had given us a solemn warning. The future will be shaped by the decisions of many people. This conflict of civilizations may not be necessary. I believe that religious leaders have a unique opportunity and duty to show that though we have among us very different understandings of God and how we should relate to God, yet we can develop and articulate shared civilization-building values, and that we can become, rather than the cause of a clash of civilizations, we can become builders of civilization. How can that happen? Well, if we look carefully at many religions, we see that there is a distinction between the things that religions tell their own adherents to do, the members of their own community, and what they recommend as the norms for society at large. This distinction between what's more or less our internal ritual and our norms and expectations for society. I will take myself as an example as a Protestant Christian. As a Protestant Christian, I normally expect to go to church on a Sunday morning, to worship with fellow Christians, and very frequently we celebrate the Lord's Supper, which other Christians also call the Eucharist, Holy Communion. But we do not ask other people who do not share our beliefs to participate, because for us that is a proclamation of the death and resurrection and return of Jesus. And if someone does not believe that, we recommend that they not participate. But at the same time, we articulate norms of love and justice to follow in society. When I talk to my Muslim friends, I know that they see as one of their important religious duties is to participate in the pilgrimage to Mecca. But I know also very clearly they do not want me as a Christian to join them in a pilgrimage to Mecca. That would be terribly offensive. But when we start talking about our norms for life in society, they are remarkably similar, principles of love and justice. So I believe we can, with a little effort, identify ethical societal norms that are different from our ritual norms, and that these societal ethical norms can be very similar among different religions. Put it this way, just as we need a doctor of medicine to cure us from medical ills, we should ask our doctors of religion to cure us of our religious ills that prevent us from developing shared civilization-building values. Now, I propose that we talk in terms of a table of discussion, and that at our table of discussion of civilization-building values, we think of 4 legs standing under the table. 4 legs that support a table around which we are seated as we discuss how we expect each other to live in society. I will articulate this in terms that arise from my Christian faith, but I hope that you, as members of other religious communities, can do so in terms that are consistent or mostly consistent with your religious beliefs. So I'll talk about 4 legs of a table of shared civilization-building values. The first leg of that table is what I call the universal law of humanity. When we feel guilt or when we criticize someone else for doing something we think is wrong, we are normally appealing to a standard that is above the rules of my family or my community or even my religion. We are usually appealing to a law that we think all people will know, a law of humanity. Within Christianity, we traditionally called this the natural moral law, but I'm suggesting that in our multi-religious societies today, we call this the law of humanity. In the Christian Bible, the Apostle Paul makes reference to this when he says that among all nations, people show that the work of the law is written on their hearts. It's a reference to what I'm calling the law of humanity. And this law of humanity is not hundreds of pages in length. In fact, I think it can be summarized in just a few short sentences. Sentences like, do good and avoid evil. Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. Love your neighbor as yourself. Do not murder. Do not steal. I call these central precepts the guardians of our humanity. They form a crucial leg of the table around which we can sit as members of different religious communities and discuss shared civilization-building values. A second leg of our table around which we should be seated is respect for human dignity. The ancient psalmist asked God, "What is mankind that you are mindful of them, or human beings that you care for them?" He received from God and gives us this answer, "You have made them a little lower than the angels and crowned them with glory and honor." Now, as a Christian, I believe that human dignity is a gift from God, given to all people. That dignity is what, in fact, makes religion possible, I think, since, as far as I know, only humans practice religion. And we sense that human dignity whenever we talk to another person. We sense that they are radically different from everything else in the universe. This was the beginning, the foundation for the several human rights movements that started about 75 years ago after World War II. It was in reaction to the horrendous wars and atrocities of the first half of the 20th century. Now, in our time, human rights discussions have sometimes been politicized, people from different political movements. However, that politicizing of human dignity and human rights is only possible because of something real that is behind it and below it, the reality of human dignity that I believe is a gift from God. That should be one of the legs of our table of shared values. A third leg is protecting foundational human goods. Scholars from both Islam and Christianity have identified several basic human goods that civilizations need to value and protect in order for the civilization to flourish. For example, the Sunni jurists Imam al-Ghazali and Imam al-Shatibi described 5 basic human goods. They listed faith, life, progeny, reason, and property. Then these goods should be protected by laws and moral norms. Now they were, I believe, interacting with the Christian scholar Thomas Aquinas, who lived in between the two Muslim scholars I quoted. He described 5 foundational goods as life, procreation, social life, knowledge, and rational conduct. Now, if you place those 2 lists next to each other on the paper, they look a little different because the terminology is different. But when you look closely at the content of what they meant, they're very, very similar. That means that we have, at least among Muslims and Christians, 2 parallel, mature descriptions of foundational human goods that should be protected by civil law and by religious norms. This is really important, and that forms a leg for our table of shared civilization building values. The 4th leg, I would suggest, has different names among different peoples. We can call it the practice of virtue, or nobility of character, or the fruit of the Spirit. To respect our neighbors, to follow the law of humanity, to protect basic fragile human goods, we need to be the right kind of people. Each person, every one of us, has to transition from our childish destructiveness toward becoming our best selves, toward practicing our God-given dignity. Within Christianity, we talk about putting on the fruit of the Spirit, exhibited by such qualities as love, patience, kindness, gentleness, and self-control. Some of my Muslim friends talk about learning nobility of character. And thoughtful people from many religious traditions talk about an ethic of virtue, of becoming the kind of person we should be. Now, we must train ourselves to become that kind of person, and that should be an important function of all of our religious communities. If we fail in this area, the alternative is that we all fall into the will to power with which we were born. When I look at my own grandchildren, one of the first things I notice is the will to power, seen when they begin to do anything. They have to grow out of that to become mature, responsible human beings. We all need to go through that development. So my conclusion is that today, here we are in Bali. We're seated around a table. And the table is not only the table of good food and nice hospitality and friendship and beauty. We're also here to articulate civilization-building values. Now, I will not be bothered if someone says, well, you talked about 4 legs of the table, we need to add number 5. Or if someone says, you talked about these 5 human goods, and we need to talk about maybe a number 6, that there's one more human good that we should protect. That will not bother me. but I believe we have to take on the challenge that lies before us. We have to honestly sit together and talk about the values that will make our civilizations flourish. And the alternative is a clash of civilizations, and the clash of civilizations could end in an apocalypse. So, will we gather together around the table and talk about how we should live, or will we merely fight in a way that's worse than animals? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Reverend Dr. Thomas Johnson, for that magnificent, cogent, and concise articulation of shared values that really can be the basis for peaceful coexistence and cooperation across the world's religions and cultures. I'm delighted to welcome as our next speaker a great, truly venerable scholar and spiritual leader from the beautiful island of Sri Lanka, where I have enjoyed spending time myself over the years. He is the most venerable Dr. Kotapitiye Rahula Tera. He is the senior professor and the head of the Department of Pali and Buddhist Studies at the very distinguished University of Peradeniya in Sri Lanka. He is the General Secretary and the Deputy Prelate of the Supreme Sangha Council of Kotte in Sri Lanka. The Most Venerable Rahula Tera also had previously served as president of the Sri Lanka Council of Religions for Peace, which is affiliated to the International Religions for Peace. Furthermore, he is highly respected by people of all races and religions in Sri Lanka because of his leadership in the promotion of peace, national reconciliation, and world religious harmony. It is a great honor to welcome you, Most Venerable Dr. Rahula, and let me also say it's an honor to welcome several other guests from Sri Lanka, the Venerable Galkanda Dhammananda Tera and Reverend Dhammarakita. Welcome, and welcome to you, Most Venerable Rahula.
Thank you very much, Professor Timothy Shah. Good morning. Selamat pagi. Namo Buddhaya. Assalamu alaikum. Most respectable religious leaders, especially my Indonesian best friend, Most Venerable Panyavaru Mahanayaka Mahatero, who's sitting here. His Holiness Swamijis from India, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I express my pleasure regarding the organization of G20 Religion Forum Summit, which has been organized by Muslim World League and Nahdlatul Ulama Central Board, is held today for the first time in Indonesia. Even before the dawn of Buddhism, the fivefold policy, Pancasila, had existed in the society, and the Buddha tried to explain it further. Most of famous rulers in the Eastern world have followed this policy to increase the values of their countries. King Dharmasoka, the great Indian emperor, is one of them who socialized this in the 3rd century ED. Modern Indonesian constitution exhibits the best example regarding this policy. Therefore, I am happy to present this policy of Pancasila to the world, which is greatly appreciated by Indonesia. First of all, I would like to suggest that the fivefold policy is a valuable concept contained in Buddhism that anyone can practice in general. It confirms that this is not limited to any particular group of people, race, society, or religion. Abstaining from killing of living beings is the first. Due to lack of loving kindness and compassion, people act for their own benefit by selfishness. Based on that, people engage in killing others. The four major emotions common to any living beings are the will to live, reluctance to death, disease for pleasure, and aversion to suffering. Through killing of living beings, above mentioned common emotions are damaged. As religious leaders, we must be dedicated to securing these sensitive and innocent wishes of every being. As an importance, this policy is exactly not limited just to non-killing others. This includes to eliminate sticks and weapons, to be ashamed of evil, to be compassionate, loving flora and fauna. Today, weapons are manufactured to promote wars and conflicts among communities. Toxic chemicals that harm beings and the environment are also released in abundance. There are violations of rights of all living beings because the universe belongs to all. Therefore, the first policy guides to us spread loving kindness to the entire universe and to all who live in the regardless of divisions based on races, religions, cultures, or countries. The second policy is refraining from stealing. This includes various attempts made on own things belonging to others in a large scale. The destruction of other people's material resources, civilizations, cultures, or concepts is also an extension of stealing. Acquiring local resources in poor countries through various tactics stands out among them, as well as invasion of countries is also directed towards stealing. He who owns that belongs to others does not live forever. There is only temporary enjoyment in it. Therefore, this universal reality of temporality should be understood. We can then create a world for others to live without fear and doubt. The third policy is to abstain from wrong conduct with regard to sensual objects. If the resources valuable for the fulfillment of human needs are used to harass being or the environment or narrow desires from personal to the global level. It is a misuse. Since medicines are to heal people, it is a misuse. If they are used to make people sick, today a measure of modern science and technology can be observed since they are mostly used to harm all living beings. The Buddha's ideal thought is worth mentioning here, as all individuals or environment should not be harmed, even the remnants should not be harmful objects to others. Moreover, misbehavior in action, speaking and writing have also affected violation of rights of others through sexual misconduct. Many conflicts have been created in personal and family lives. Rape, child abuse, and social diseases have also become rampant. Therefore, this third policy should be put into practice to seek solutions for above problems by building a society that respects ethics and morality. The fourth fact is abstaining from false speech. Detachment from the misbehavior associated with this leads to social welfare. Actually, reliability is the best of relatives. In order to live without fear and doubt, trustworthiness must be where we live, as well as in association with others. It is based on being truthful and honest. This foundation collapses through falsehood. Therefore, this has a very negative effect on society, from the individual to whole world. On the other hand, the false speech has a potential to turn an innocent man into a murderer. That is why the Buddha stated that there is no crime that is a liar cannot commit. With the advancement of communication, mainly through social media, lying is rampantly spreading. With this, we should be wise not to accept anything without proper evidence, because it can lead to conflict among each other. The fifth is the abstinence from the use of alcohol and drugs that change the natural state of man. In the past, people used them to certain limit. Many countries are in serious trouble to turning these into businesses and mafias. There is a growth in many crimes due to the addiction of young lives to drugs. Through using them, non-communicable diseases also have increased at an alarming proportion. Considering them, this is a trigger for many antisocial offenses. Therefore, this is a threat to health, morality, wealth, and welfare of the mankind. According to my point of view, this will be a serious issue in the future if everyone does not reject this as an ethical acceptance. According to Buddhist theory, for virtues of trustworthy morality, generosity, and wisdom are important to maintain happiness and harmony among the world's different races, religions, cultures, and societies. Building trust in each other helps to live without fear and doubt. The morality is crucial for a just and law-abiding society. One should be generous to respect the opinions of others without thinking that only one's own opinion is correct. The practice of wisdom must always be directed towards acting interreligiously in this modern complex world. The above fivefold policy would be helpful in developing these qualities. Therefore, I believe it is very worthwhile to socialize this to build a better world. It is a pleasure for me to come to a country like Indonesia, which is nourished by this Panchasila concept, to address you representing all religious leaders. May all the beings be happy and healthy. Sabbe satta bhavantu sukhitatta. Terima kasih.
Thank you for that beautiful reflection, Most Venerable Rahula Thera, a beautiful reflection by a great Buddhist scholar on the philosophy of Panchasila, which is, of course, originally from the Buddhist tradition, but is also the basis, the official ideology of the Great Republic of Indonesia. Our next speaker, I'm delighted to introduce, is Dr. Peter Berkowitz, who is the Tad and Diane Taub Senior Fellow at the Hoover Institution, one of America's most respected research centers and think tanks, which is affiliated with Stanford University. In 2019 to 2021, Dr. Berkowitz served as the director of the State Department's policy planning staff. He also served as executive secretary of the U.S. State Department's Commission on Unalienable Rights, and he also served as senior advisor to the then Secretary of State, Michael R. Pompeo. Dr. Berkowitz studies and writes about, among other topics, constitutional government, conservatism and progressivism in the United States, liberal education, national security and law, and Middle East politics. He's published numerous books, including on the history of political thought, a great study of Friedrich Nietzsche, a study of liberalism and virtue, among several other books. And in 2017, in honor of his achievements, he was a winner of the very prestigious Bradley Prize in the United States. On a personal note, I have to say, and I'm delighted to confess before this diverse, distinguished audience, that the most important fact about Peter Berkowitz for me is that when I was a very helpless and confused young man studying political theory as an undergraduate student at Harvard College, I had one very, very generous, helpful, extremely patient and clear teacher, and that was Peter Berkowitz. He was my guru, you could say, in political theory when I was a young man. Now that I'm a helpless and confused older man, he continues to be my guru, and I'm delighted, on a personal note, to welcome to the platform Dr. Peter Berkowitz.
Thank you very much, Tim. It's great to be here with you. It's been a disquieting and dangerous year in world affairs. Consequently, we owe a special debt of gratitude to the Indonesian government, whose nation's motto in the old Javanese language, Bhinneka Tunggal Ika, unity and diversity. Thanks to the leadership of Nahdlatul Ulama and the Council of the Center for Shared Civilizational Values, and in partnership with the Muslim World League, with its Muslim World League co-host, Indonesia reaffirms the principle of unity and diversity with this first annual G20 Religion Forum. By inviting to Bali, this place abounding in natural beauty and warm and kind people, citizens from around the globe and representing a variety of faiths to explore religion and our shared humanity, this forum takes a stand against the forces that would divide us into warring tribes. It inspires confidence that we can fortify unity by a better understanding the marvelous diversity of peoples and nations, and that we can honor diversity by more fully grasping the enduring principles that make unity among peoples and nations possible and desirable. In 1948, the UN General Assembly approved the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Since then, human rights, the rights inherent in all human beings, have become the international language for discussing human dignity, the freedoms that belong to all individuals, and the irreducible responsibilities of citizens and governments. The UDHR presents religious liberty as a fundamental freedom. The first article states that, I quote, "All human beings are born free and equal in dignity and rights." Article 2 provides that no one shall be deprived because of religion, quote, "the rights and freedoms set forth in the Declaration." And Article 18 affirms that, quote, "Everyone has the right to freedom of thought, conscience, and religion. This right includes freedom to change his religion or belief, and freedom, either alone or in community with others in public or in private, to manifest his religion or belief in teaching, practice, worship, and observance." The UCHR does not ground human rights in religious faith or theological doctrine. However, by recognizing religious liberty as a basic right and fundamental freedom, the UDHR fosters respect for faith and the diversity of forms that it takes. But all is not well with the state of human rights, and not only in countries that reconceive them as collective imperatives and flagrantly violate them. In the United States and in other rights-protecting democracies, ideas have grown in popularity that erode understanding of and dedication to human rights, including the right of religious freedom. Some critics on the left contend that universal claims about Western civilization and liberal democracy provide cover for colonialism and imperialism. Critics on the right maintain that universal rights claims serve as a pretext for imposing progressive political preferences at home and abroad. Both sets of critics make the same mistake. They refuse to distinguish between universal principles and the abuses to which those principles are subject. Meanwhile, nationalism attracts keen interest in the United States and in other liberal democracies. This is legitimate and in some respects welcome. The UDHR supposes the peoples of the world will organize themselves into independent nation-states, that nation-states serve human dignity, but by allowing individuals united by a shared history and sense of political destiny to pursue distinctive visions of the common good, and that nation-states rightly give priority to their citizens' security, freedom, and prosperity. But we mustn't forget the temptations that nation-states face. They are vulnerable to supposing that their unique traditions confer special privileges and prerogatives, giving them authority to repress dissenters at home and impose their dominions on other peoples. To enable nation-states to respect human dignity in its multifarious expressions, we must preserve the domain between government and the individual. In civil society, that means families, neighborhoods, houses of worship, and all manner of voluntary associations, people learn to enjoy the blessings of community, care for their needs and those of others, advance shared interests, and cooperate on behalf of the common good. At the same time, we must remain attentive to that which endures above governments and the individual. Universal human rights principles both limit and obligate the state. In recent years, disparagement of universal principles and confusion about the reach of nationalism have widened the partisan divide within liberal democracies. Under the influence of both, fellow citizens inclined to view one another as adversaries rather than partners in a common enterprise. Acrimonious discourse becomes a way of life. Tribalism, according to which one's highest loyalty is to one's social and political group, gains ground. This poses a mounting threat to that unity within diversity on which not only liberal democracy depends, but also a world order that respects the sovereignty of nations and the universal rights of individuals. Observations such as these impelled then U.S. Secretary of State Mike Pompeo in the summer of 2019 to create the Commission on Unalienable Rights. The Independent Commission's purpose was to reground America's commitment to human rights in the nation's founding principles, in its constitutional traditions, and the obligations that the country took on in 1948 when it voted to approve the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. The 11 commissioners included members of the Jewish, Christian, Muslim, and Mormon faiths, Democrats, Republicans, and independents, professors of law, philosophy, comparative literature, African and African American studies, and sociology, Jewish and Muslim clergy, government officials, and activists. We disagreed about many matters, but we were united in the conviction that human rights were central to the American constitutional tradition, a source of political cohesiveness and national strength, an integral part of a responsible foreign policy, and the common property of mankind. We hope that our report would prove useful, not only to Secretary Pompeo, State Department colleagues, and fellow citizens in America, but also to friends and partners around the world. Beyond providing insight into America's distinctive rights tradition, we wanted to invite other peoples and nations to undertake a re-examination of their traditions as we had of ours. We were confident that they too would find moral, philosophical, and religious resources to affirm the dignity of individuals and the rights human beings share. The Commission operated in the spirit of Jacques Maritain, the eminent French Catholic philosopher. He wrote an introduction, as Marianne Glendon mentioned yesterday, to a 1948 UNESCO volume, Human Rights. It was called Human Rights, Comments and Interpretations. It featured essays from around the world. On the basis of those essays, Maritain affirmed that it was possible to secure agreement across borders and cultures on a small set of human rights. But, he emphasized, it was to be expected that the agreement would be reached by a multiplicity of routes. Peoples and nations would reason from within their own distinctive cultures and traditions to arrive at a common core of universal principles. The Universal Declaration of Human Rights holds that, quote, that human rights should be protected by the rule of law, but the UDHR is not itself intended as the statement of formal legal principles. Rather, it presents, and I quote from the preamble, a common standard of achievement for all peoples and all nations. Individuals and societies, the UDHR urges, shall strive by teaching and education to promote respect for these rights and freedoms. Let us then, gathered here in Bali for the first annual G20 Religion Forum, carry forward the work of cultivating respect for human rights through teaching and education. Inspired by Indonesia's national motto of university within diversity, Let us cherish our own traditions while reaching outward to the principles that reflect our shared humanity. Next year marks the 75th anniversary of the publication of UNESCO's report on the possibility and desirability of international agreement on human rights. It also marks the anniversary of the UN's approval of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Today, amid resurgent threats to a world order that is grounded in respect for independent nation states and dedication to universal human rights, these anniversaries provide an excellent occasion to convene another group of thinkers representing the world's many and varied regions and faiths. They should write a new round of essays. By drawing on their distinctive traditions, contributors can vindicate anew the essential human dignity and these basic rights and fundamental freedoms through which peoples and nations can bring politics better in line with justice. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Berkowitz. I'm delighted that our next speaker is someone who is seeking to take the principles that Dr. Berkowitz just articulated, principles from Article 18 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, principles such as freedom of thought, conscience, and religion, and other universal human rights into the halls of power and decision-making. And that is indeed the theme of her talk. Our next speaker is Dr. Marcela Szymanski, who is with Aid to the Church in Need, a pontifical foundation created after the Second World War to assist beleaguered and needy Catholic communities, particularly in Europe, but which now helps Catholics around the world who are suffering persecution and other forms of very profound need. My dear friend, Marcela Szymanski, who is a proud daughter of the great country of Mexico, is a compelling and very powerful advocate for the need of the world to better embrace and better respect the values, the fundamental values of freedom of conscience. She is, among many, many accomplishments, this is a very short biography, she is the editor-in-chief of the report, Religious Freedom in the World. For 25 years, she has been a human rights defender, a public affairs professional, and a journalist. She's directed the Advocacy Office for Aid to the Church in Need International Foundation dedicated to assisting Catholics around the world since 2011. On behalf of Aid to the Church in Need, she has been active in Brussels, in Washington, and in Geneva. She is also an advisor to public and private entities on matters of religious freedom, and she works with the Center of Studies for Impunity and Justice at the Universidad de las Americas on Puebla in Mexico. She's been named one of the leading Catholic leaders of 2022 by the American Catholic publication, The Catholic Herald, and we're delighted that she'll be speaking to us about bringing moral and spiritual values to bear in institutional and governmental decision-making, a topic on which she is most eminently qualified. Please join me in welcoming Marcela Szymanski to the lectern.
Dear brothers and sisters, I have been put the question of how to bring moral and spiritual values to bear in institutional and governmental decision-making. I am first of all grateful to the organizers of this event and by the choice of this topic, because acknowledging a problem is a very good place to start solving it. And recognizing our own positive and negative effects as believers on this institutional and governmental decision making is the best way to begin a good conversation on how to solve them. This conference bears witness to the fact that the global acknowledgement of that the basis of religion, the human search for truth and transcendence, deserves global engagement. It is really very moving to see all of us gathered here. So I am extremely happy for the opportunity to consider together like the question that I might ask myself every day when I jump into the fore of political environments and media and discussions about those who are persecuted for their faith. We all realize very well and very quickly when these principles and moral spiritual values are absent from the political arena. Nobody has to tell us, oh, these immoral people. We know it, we feel it. As many of our speakers have been saying, it is written in our hearts, this human law. So we are always trying to find solutions about that, how to make realize that it is important to apply these moral values in every single decision. Leaders are missing in action. As Peter Berkowitz was saying, we are losing the leadership. We have to consider how to act by ourselves. And my conclusion over 30 years of working with this type of profiles is that the responsibility is within our own conscience. We have to search for these moral and spiritual values inside ourselves first in order to be able to project them. Now, how? Here I'm going to go for a non-spiritual example, okay? One of my professional life. In one of my previous lives, I was working for the private sector and I represented the food and drink industry of Europe in a platform to find solutions to the public health problem of increasing obesity in children. The European Union, with all its instances of decision-making, was continuously bombarded by food companies, by medical professionals who wanted to promote the obesity reduction operations, and by urban planners who wanted to have more parks built, and by parents who wanted less advertising of sugary foods and drinks. So with a head like this, the European Union said, let's create this type of action. Everybody's right, but everybody's also a little bit wrong. So let's create something that we are going to call a platform, and I give you 24 months to agree what you all are going to do, according to your own capacity, your identity, your mandate, in order to reduce that problem, and you have to agree among yourselves. I mean, everybody wanted to blame another one, but it was not possible. It was clear that everybody had to do its best possible effort to find the best possible solution without becoming something else, without becoming some diluted form of that company or of that profession or of that group. So when we have been hearing over these 2 days this concern also, how to have a dialogue, how to have a balanced relationship without being unfaithful, unloyal to ourselves. So with this in mind, with this non-religious case that puts us in front of the dilemma of how to have our civilizational values together without diluting our own faith or without our own belief, I looked at the things that we can bring to that table that Reverend Johnson was mentioning. And I also came with 4 little things that we can bring to that table, and that is going to be our homework for next year, because we have to have been progressing on those elements in order to say, okay, this was worth our time and effort, also to thank the organizers in a concrete manner. So, if you read the news today, You must be depressed or a little bit unhappy. Huh? The rough situation of our world is undeniable. The tsunami of bad news, of sadness, of destruction is coming to us whether we want it or not. So we have to be ready from inside ourselves to give a response and keep providing these civilizational values and be as human and as good, as better as we can be. So, 4 things. Number 1, we believe, all of us, in the paramount importance of helping the less fortunate, the most vulnerable. There is absolutely every philosophy that we have been discussing here, looking for the meaning of life, of the suffering, of the death of our beloved. And we are all shocked by avariciousness, by greed, and then comforted by generosity when we hear so many of these stories. We know that the generosity makes the difference. Who among us is not completely heartbroken when seeing the photo of a child who just lost his mother, drowned in the Mediterranean, or murdered in some village in Africa by machete, as I have to, and Bishop Kuka and so many other of us, we have to see every single day because when we are working with the persecuted communities. So this compassion has to be one of the elements that we are going to cultivate in order to make this world a better one. Then, second element, we all believe in the power of prayer. Yes, we do. Some people call it meditation or good vibes. But those of us who summon every day the courage to jump again into that dark pool of the world are somehow sure that our prayers give us energy, that our prayers can change things. And this implies something that even the most atheist can agree at some point, that we actually believe that we are more than flesh and bones. We actually believe that that energy survives us. And we believe, as we say, in the endless life of the soul, the eternal life of the soul. And this belief is what gives meaning to us continuing day after day after day. And that's what reflects our energy and our envy to continue fighting for something that people tell us also every day that it's not worth it, that nobody cares about it, that somebody said it 10 years ago and it still doesn't work. Doesn't matter. We believe that the power of prayer will bring us forth. We pray for each other, we work for each other, and we know that it is going to be a better world. The third element is that we believe in the benefits of fasting. All of us also, we heard from the most vulnerable, for everybody, we believe in the power of abstention, abstaining, the benefits of postponing a comfort, to learn to, not only to become slimmer, but also to bring us closer to the higher power, to the higher form of ourselves, and therefore be able to go faster, go further, continue. So this is something else that we have to share and we have to continue cultivating. And the fourth is that we are also fortified in our humanity and convictions when we are proud of our faith. We should not hide it. We should live it together, individually, in public, in private, celebrate, hold our rituals, invite the others, participate. That really makes us more and more human, and company multiplies the joy and divides the sadness. Let us be proud of our faith and invite each other to these celebrations to support one another. So these 4 elements as homework for our next year. Exercise generosity individually and collectively, spontaneously and in an organized structure. Heal one wound at a time, because otherwise we really become very nervous when we are working in this human rights defense. It can be very hard. Pray, meditate, share the strength of inner peace with one another. Pray for one another. Do it often, and if possible, do it all day. Make our day a continuous prayer. Postpone pleasures with a purpose and rejoice. Be proud of your faith. Invite and celebrate. And remember, life is hard enough. Refuse to make others suffer in the name of God. Let them be free. And in their freedom, they will choose the goodness that they will have seen in you. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Senora Samansky. Thank you very much. Our next and final speaker is an individual who combines remarkable knowledge and expertise in the field of artificial technology and a great, profound spirituality. And he is seeking to bring spiritual and moral values into a domain that will dramatically shape the human future, and that is the domain of artificial intelligence. Our next speaker is the Reverend Dr. Paolo Benanti, who is a member of the Franciscan Order, the Third Order of the Franciscan Order. He is a professor in the Pontifical Gregorian University, and his topic is called Algorethics, the timeless values of religion and their irreplaceable contribution to the humane and peaceful development of artificial intelligence. As I said, he is a member of the Franciscan Mendicant Order of Monks, the Third Order Regular of St. Francis. He is obviously a Roman Catholic priest. He is an accomplished theologian, and as I said, he teaches at the Pontifical Gregorian University. He currently serves as advisor to Pope Francis on issues of artificial intelligence and technology ethics. Professor Benanti is also scientific director of a newly established entity called the Renaissance Foundation, spelled with AI in capitals, Renaissance Foundation, which was established in 2021 in order to support anthropological and ethical reflection upon the impact of new technologies on human life. The Renaissance Foundation is located within the Vatican City State and is an integral part of the Pontifical Academy for Life. Reverend Benanti, Father Benanti, welcome. We're delighted to have you.
Excellencies and distinguished guests, I have the not easy slot to be the last one before the lunch. But thank you very much for your warm welcome. I'm here in front of you, whom I thank for participating in this wonderful event, to talk about two things: artificial intelligence and peace. Being here with you at the G20 Religion Forum is a great honor for me. It's also a valuable opportunity for high hope that you witness my appeal delivered in this August forum and addressed to the entire human family will lead to the widest possible dissemination of our shared aspiration and agenda, that is about artificial intelligence and ethics. At this point, some slides should appear. They are already there, but not there. Thank you very much. The real problem is, what is artificial intelligence? I'm used to teach a 90-hour class on that, and I know that it's really complex topics because, you know, once you define, company that produce it try to escape from definition to avoid regulation. So I will not be kept in that direction, but I simply would like to try to show you what artificial intelligence can already do now. Artificial intelligence, with one click, can write a paper like the one behind my shoulder. It's made in a fraction of a second, is the best columnist that you can imagine, and it gives a political direction. But it's more than that. The video that is showing now shows
I help you? Hi, I'm calling to book a women's haircut for a client. I'm looking for something on May 3rd. Sure, give me 1 second. Sure, what time are you looking for around? At 12 p.m. We do not have a 12 p.m. available. The closest we have to that is a 1:15. Do you have anything between 10 a.m. and 12 p.m.? Depending on what service she would like. What service is she looking for? Just a woman's haircut for now. Okay, we have a 10 o'clock. 10 a.m. is fine. Okay, what's her first name? The first name is Lisa. Okay, perfect. So I will see Lisa at 10 o'clock on May 3rd. Okay, great. Thanks. Great. Have a great day. Bye.
So the question is not just this. There is something more. The actual level of artificial intelligence can produce something that is much more real.
I am not Morgan Freeman, and what you see is not real. Well, at least in contemporary terms, it is not. What if I were to tell you that I am not even a human being? Would you believe me? What is your perception of reality? Is it the ability to capture, process, and make sense of the information our senses receive? If you can see, hear, taste, or smell something, does that make it real? Or is it simply the ability to feel? I would like to welcome you to the era of synthetic reality. Now, what do you see?
To a real actor. And the problem is that this ability of faking human beings is not just only that affect unprepared people. Lamoine, a former Google engineer, a believer, a Christian, believed that the chatbot that you saw before has a soul and asked Google to not switch off. It was simple, fire it out. And now the question is, what we can do? We all know that science and technology play a major role in the profound transformation that the world is currently undergoing, particularly in a view of their close connection with the domains of economics and finance. If we subject the role of technology to closer scrutiny, we shall notice that it's affecting and modifying every dimension of the human existence, including social relationship. Today we appreciate the multiple benefits of this transformation. For instance, without technology it will be impossible for us to interact in real time or to enjoy the countless innovation designed and created by the human mind. At the same time, the danger and gray area of technology are more difficult to fathom. For technology is not simply a tool, it's also a weapon. Whether it's beneficial or harmful depend not only on the way we use technology, but on multiple factors that are seldom immediately perceptible. In fact, the devices that we use have become an integral part of the world we inhabit, to the extent that they are practically invisible component of our social environment. Over the past few years, technology has gone through increasingly rapid cycle of development, producing more and more innovation. We have witnessed the digital transformation of technology, the emergence of big data, and an exponential increase of computational power. Thanks to this development, what we might describe as an artificial intelligence spring has blossomed, and now permeates the life of each and every one of us. But the innovation produced by artificial intelligence is not an unalloyed blessing. It also has many neutral and even sinister aspects, which, if it's not harnessed and directed for the good of all humanity, may evolve to its profound detriment. In fact, most people are unaware of the operational procedures of artificial intelligence. However, AI, artificial intelligence, is pervasive and ever more present in countless fields such as manufacturing, healthcare, education, nutrition, security, and other realms that shape our daily life. In short, AI is everywhere. And thanks to its rising power, its role will continue to increase in the coming years. We need to pay close attention to what's happening in this arena, because an enormously valuable tool created by the human intellect can turn out to be a valuable friend, making our life easier. Or it can become an instrument of oppression used to control, direct, or otherwise influence humanity, especially weak, vulnerable, and less educated members of society. Moreover, artificial intelligence might prove to be all-defining for younger generation, future generation, the elderly, and the poor. This is why, a little over 2 years ago, in February 2020, we launched together with stakeholders of various kinds the Wrong Call for AI Ethics. This appeal, which I'm making to you assembly here today, is addressed to international organizations, government, institutions, the private sector, and society as a whole. Its purpose is to promote a sense of shared responsibility and encourage a joint effort to create a future in which digital innovation and technology progress foster peace. The development of AI in the service of humankind and the planet must be reflected in principle and regulation that protect people, particularly the weak and underprivileged, and natural environment. The signatory of the Wrong Call commit to respect its 6 principles. This principle, transparency, inclusion, responsibility, impartiality, reliability, and security and privacy, are the pillars of our work. We call this approach algorithmics. At a time when new technologies are constantly multiplying their application in real life, the Wrong Call for AI Ethics urges everyone to say, let us think, let us act consciously, let us consider the consequence of our action. Let's try to ask ourselves, do we really want machine to threaten our dignity, our right to live as free as conscious individual, and the legitimate privacy of our personal life? Do we really want all of us to be profiled unknowingly? And do we welcome the advent of a world in which algorithms make decisions based on ethnicity, gender, and age? Is there really no other solution than entrusting artificial intelligence with decision on job offer, loans, or criminal proceeding? Do we really want to unconditionally trust a machine that can create deep fakes, which are false but extremely realistic images, video and audio files that can swindle, ruin reputation, or undermine trust in democratic decision-making process? Should we allow new technology to threaten freedom of association or speech as we look upon this development with indifference? Summing it all up in a single question, do we really want AI to undermine the foundation of peace and human dignity? Wouldn't it be better to opt for an artificial intelligence that proves useful in managing complexity to everyone's benefits, that help optimize resource management, that yields precious benefits in the field of medicine and healthcare, and in the performance of tasks that are too difficult or dangerous for human beings to undertake? The call I mentioned, the Wrong Call for AI Ethics, it's not aimed to a specific audience that share our religious and cultural tradition. Since its inception, the Wrong Call has attracted the attention of diverse stakeholders who are really for dialogue in order to build a better world for all. The first signatories of Wrong Call were Microsoft, IBM, the United Nations Foods and Agriculture Organization, and the Minister for Innovation of the Italian government, that with Monsignor Paglia for Pontifical Academy of Life signed together the agreement. These stakeholders have diverse interests. However, each of them is willing to embrace its share of responsibility and commit to turn the Call's principle into the decisive aspect of their activities. Among the many interlocutors we had asked so far, I want to mention institution of higher education, place of knowledge that train future generation, and the other religion with which we are engaged in dialogue. There are many people of goodwill throughout the world devoted to the welfare of humanity at large. I really believe, that R20 emerged from such as an impulse and a view of gathering as an opportunity to initiate new dialogues among the diverse peoples, culture, and religion of the world, founded upon mutual respect and shared values. We know that religions play a crucial role in shaping society, where the human beings stand at the center of development goals, both conceptually and practically. That is why we strongly believe the development of artificial intelligence should proceed from a shared ethical perspective, which is essential to building global solidarity and peace. Religious adherents constitute a majority of people living on the earth. We can make a decisive difference. We can be the primary advocates of and joint contributors to the emergence of a world truly blessed with peace. Peace among us, by developing a shared language based upon timeless values that are religious values. Peace with machine, avoiding a radical conflict between Homo sapiens, ourselves, and this newborn machina sapiens. And peace with immense diversity of living species that dwell upon this earth, by developing and employing innovative technology that respect the environment in which we live and which we share with so many other life forms. My hope is to launch a movement that will act as a catalyst by favoring an encounter among different perspectives and proposing an open space for dialogue to help us grasp the immense impact that the digital transformation is having on the whole world. My hope is that a global discussion of this topic may lead to concrete outcomes while favoring communication among, at times, competing stakeholders. But the world does not stop, not should we. The Rome Call saw the light of day just 2 years ago and is already scanning new horizons. The first horizon concerns sustainability. Our planet, as Pope Francis said, is the common home of the entire human family. The close interdependence that exists between human beings and their social and physical environment is more and more evident. If artificial intelligence is to be present everywhere in our lives, then its development and deployment should not occur without considering this bond. The second new horizon entails engagement with leaders in the field of religion, industry, and engineering. Religion, by its very nature, aspires to peace. If it can open itself to engagement and dialogue, as all of you here today have done, it will find much common ground with those who desire change and aspire to a future of shared peace. Only by working together in pursuit of a common goal, participating in shared reflection and identifying shared solutions, may we leverage our combined influence and thereby shape the development of artificial intelligence in such a way that it benefits our entire planet. Technology has given us the opportunity to gather here, to enjoy each other company, and enrich one another through dialogue and exchange of ideas. Let us leverage the opportunity offered by R20 as best as we can, so that productive avenues for dialogue and the emergence of a movement for peace and human dignity will multiply. I hope that each of you shall find a way to endorse the proposal or own call for AI ethics, and to collaborate in building a more just and peaceful world. Thank you for your attention.
Let me just thank our tremendous panel. We heard not generalities, not platitudes, but we heard very specific, concrete ideas concerning what values and what practices we can put in motion together as we continue to build a movement for shared moral and spiritual values, and as the R20 moves from Indonesia to India, to Brazil, to South Africa. So I'm delighted and would ask you to join me in thanking our tremendous panel for what they had to share. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you very much, moderator, and also our speakers. Now we have the token of appreciations. I would like to invite Kiai Haji Zulfa Mustafa to deliver the token of appreciations. All right, for all the speakers, you may come forward. All right. One more time, ladies and gentlemen, we give a big round of applause to our moderator and also our speakers. Alright, here is it, giving the token of appreciation to the speakers, and followed by the certificate to all the speakers and also our moderator. And also I would like to invite Ambassador Zuhairi Misrawi as Ambassador Indonesia to Tunisia to deliver the certificate. All right, ladies and gentlemen, now we will have a photo sessions. We have Kiai Haji Zulfa Mustafa and also Kiai Haji Zuhairi Misrawi, Ambassador Indonesia to Tunisia. Ladies and gentlemen, give a big round of applause to the plenary session 5. All right, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, and now you may return to your seat. Ladies and gentlemen, for your information that tonight we will have the farewell dinner. So for all of you, we will provide a shuttle at 6:30 to 7. For those of you, we invite you to join us to the farewell dinner tonight. And we also provide you a lunch at the Karang Asam room for delegates and also Water Court Negara room for the speakers. And also don't forget to return your interpreter system device to the committee. One more time, I would like to remind you to return your interpreter system device to the committee. Ladies and gentlemen, to close our sessions, we would like to present the video of Borobudur.
Have you been aware exactly? Somewhere for soul to steady. Of peace as things run in hurry. In sanctuary, summons the most wise, the most lordly, to sight more deeply and to uncover the existence of reality. Borobudur. His teachings of holy Dharma carved divinely. About spiritual life supremely, which preserve harmony, greatness, peace, and human safety. In this sight, you will sense neither grief nor misery. And this is what I earn greatly. A soul remedy.
Okay, one more time. I would like to inform you that today, after this, we have lunch session. Again, for the speakers in Water Court Negara Room, and for delegates, it will be served at Karangasem Room. Thank you very much, and see you to the next station.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. May I have your attention, please? We would like to request all the delegates, all participants, and all distinguished guests to proceed and return to this ballroom. We would like to continue our session, and then for those of you who are attending this event virtually, we recommended you to use your headphone for better audio quality. We recommend you to use your headphone for better audio quality, and for those of you who have arrived in this ballroom, please take your seats as we will begin our event shortly. The organizing committee also provides interpreting system, and for those of you who need interpreting system, please kindly proceed to the organizing committee table. To obtain the interpreting equipments, you will be asked to show your ID. And please return the device after the whole program concluded. For Bahasa Indonesia, you can use channel 30. For Bahasa Inggris, channel 5. For Arabic, channel 10. Thank you for your kind attention. And may I have remind you to turn off your mobile phone during this session. Please switch your handphone and your gadgets into silent mode or vibrate mode. Thank you for your attention and cooperation.
Have you been aware exactly? Somewhere for soul to steady. Of peace, as things run in hurry. In sanctuary, summons the most wise, the most lordly, to sight more deeply and to uncover the existence of reality. Borobudur. His teachings of Holy Dharma carved divinely. About spiritual life supremely, which preserve harmony, greatness, peace, and human safety. In this sight, you will sense neither grief nor misery. And this is what I earn greatly. A soul remedy.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the Grand Hyatt Ballroom, Nusa Dua Hotel, Bali. And we do hope that you enjoy your lunch. Now we proceed to our next agenda. And we would like to invite His Eminence Archbishop Anba Angailos, Coptic Orthodox Archbishop of London, will be presenting a greeting from His Holiness Pope Tawadros II, Pope of Alexandria and Patriarch of the See of St. Mark, Coptic Orthodox Church. Yeah, please give a big round of applause for our next speaker.
Excellencies, Eminences, Your Graces, ladies and gentlemen, above all, sisters and brothers. It is an immense privilege to be here with you today, not only in my own capacity, but also representing the Father of our Church, His Holiness Pope Tawadros II, Pope of Alexandria and See of St. Mark, and the Coptic Orthodox Church and its Holy Synod. This event is incredibly important to us because we are a church that lives interreligious dialogue on a daily basis. This is not just a theory for us, but this has been our existence for the past 1400 years, where relationships are forged, often very smooth, sometimes stormy, but above all, it is a matter of daily life. I'm so thankful for the opportunity of having this gathering, because in this gathering, we see the importance between a holistic approach to everything we are doing. We have lived in our silos for far too long, whether it is silos of our churches, our religions, or silos that separate religion from policymakers, from activists, from advocates. And the problem we are speaking about now of inequality and persecution is one that is greater than any individual, religion, or even state. And so this approach of having this interaction before the G20, where our collective voice can be raised to policymakers around the world, is incredibly important. It is also a time for us as religious leaders to present an example that can be shown to those who look to us. Leadership is not just about privilege, it also brings responsibility. And it's our responsibility to ensure that our world is a world that looks after every individual. Article 18 speaks of a person's right to have, hold, and follow and express a faith. But I'm always quick to remind all my colleagues that religious freedom, freedom of religion or belief, are merely enshrined in international law, but they are actually God-given rights that are, as we heard earlier, inalienable, and that cannot be taken by anyone. For God, who has created us equal, has given us that right equally. It's also important for us to present a model to the world that religion is indeed a solution and not, as many would like us to believe, would like the world to believe, the cause and source of problems. Much of that has been said, but what is important about this gathering is all of that is not just said here, but that it reaches the leaders and policymakers that will be gathering for the G20 very soon. And with that, a message from His Holiness. Your Excellencies, Your Eminences, Your Graces, dear friends, grace and peace to you from our Lord Jesus Christ. It is with great admiration that we see you gathering for this first R20 Religious Leaders Summit. We pray blessings upon you, we pray success for the gathering, and we pray that our world be embraced by the love of God, and that in our world we are able to maintain the freedoms of every individual created in His image and His likeness. Be assured that in Egypt we are here to support work such as this. We live religious dialogue as a matter of daily life. And so we understand the importance of this gathering, not only for the world stage, not only for religious and political leaders, but also for those who live this reality on a daily basis. We wish you blessings for a successful meeting and blessings for all you do as you move to the next stage of this encounter in this work that God calls us to. And is signed Tawadros II, Pope of Alexandria, Patriarch of the See of St. Mark.
Thank you for His Eminence Archbishop Anbangalos from London. And now we proceed to the next speaker. That will be His Grace Bishop Pitirim, Russian Orthodox Bishop of Jakarta, will present a greeting from His Holiness Patriarch of Moscow and all Russia and Primate of the Russian Orthodox Church. Please welcome His Grace Bishop Pitirim from Russia.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. Your Excellencies, dear distinguished guests, participants of this significant interreligious forum, on behalf of His Holiness Kirill, Patriarch of Moscow and all Russia, I would like to read the greetings letter of the Primate of the Russian Orthodox Church. To the participants in the G20 Religion Forum on revealing and nurturing religion as a source of global solutions. Dear brothers and sisters, I wholeheartedly greet all of you who have assembled in Indonesia to take part in the G20 Religion Forum in a bid to address the problems facing various peoples these days. Regretfully, today the human community is confronted with many serious challenges. We are forced to be eyewitnesses to the mounting global confrontation between the world powers. We suffer from the effects of the economic and food crisis and hear dangerous words of incitement to collective hatred against whole nations, religions, and cultures. Still pressing are the problems caused by the aftermaths of the COVID-19 pandemic and related restrictive measures. Social injustice remains a deep wound on the body of the human society, and the recent decades have only made the situation worse. We should not forget that there is a necessity to protect God's creation, that according to the divine providence, we are called to preserve and nurture it. In my view, political means alone will hardly suffice to change the situation for the better. I believe that people of faith are able to play an important part in resolving these issues. The religious culture, which rests on the solid foundation of traditional spiritual and moral values, on the awareness of the special responsibility of human beings before God and neighbors, has an enormous peacemaking and creative potential. It is my hope that the concerted efforts of the religious leaders, experts, diplomats, and journalists who have gathered these days on the Bali island to discuss the existing problems will help find the solutions and offer ways out the current international crisis. I wish you successful and fruitful work. Kirill, Patriarch of Moscow and all Russia. Thank you very much for your attention.
Would like to invite His Grace Bishop Pitirim to return to the stage because we are going to have a token of appreciation presentation. And we also would like to invite His Eminence Archbishop Anbangalos from London to come up on the stage. It is with pleasure and honor to present token of appreciation to our speakers, and we would like to invite Bapak Irham Ali Saifuddin, Secretary of Satu Abad NU, first 1 century of Nahdlatul Ulama, to present a token of appreciation for His Eminence Archbishop Anbangalos from London and His Grace Bishop Pitirim from Russian Orthodox Bishop of Jakarta, with certificate for each of the speaker to express our gratitude and appreciation for both of you. Thank you very much indeed. And we invite you to have a photo session before we request you to return to your seats. Thank you. You may now return to your seats. Please give a big round of applause for this session. Thank you very much. And now we are going to our next agenda. We would like to invite Kiai Haji Jadul Maula, Chairman of Lesbumi, the Institution of Indonesia Muslim Culture and Arts. Please welcome Bapak Kiai Haji Jadul Maula.
Selamat siang, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih untuk moderator, panitia, dan peserta semua yang bersedia mendengarkan apa yang akan kami sampaikan. Mohon izin, kami akan menyampaikannya di dalam bahasa Indonesia. Ibu-ibu, Bapak-bapak sekalian, saya Muhammad Jadul Maula, Ketua Lesbumi, Lembaga Seni Budaya Muslimin Indonesia, PBNU, dan nanti akan ditemani oleh pengurus Lesbumi yang lain, Ibu Leliana, ingin menyampaikan atau memberikan laporan apa yang telah kami lakukan pada beberapa hari yang lalu, yaitu kegiatan penanaman pohon pusaka dan pohon mustika di Pura Puja Mandala di Bali. Lesbumi adalah lembaga seni budaya muslimin Indonesia. Izinkan kami ingin menggarisbawahi kata budaya di dalam kesempatan ini, karena masalah kebudayaan ini, konsep ini mempunyai banyak sekali arti dan paling sering disalahpahami. Bagi kami kebudayaan atau budaya itu ilmu leluhur Nusantara. Ilmu yang mendidik manusia untuk menjadi manusia. Ilmu untuk menyeimbangkan antara pikiran dan perasaan, jasmani dan rohani, pribadi dan masyarakat, dan juga mendekatkan hamba kepada Tuhannya. Leluhur kami datang dari berbagai penjuru dunia. Perpaduan antar bangsa, pertemuan antara pribadi dan pendatang yang datang dari berbagai penjuru dunia. Ada yang dari Cina, ada yang dari Timur Tengah, ada yang dari Asia Tengah, dari Afrika, dari Eropa, dan dari berbagai belahan dunia, termasuk Afrika. Dan kebudayaanlah yang kemudian bisa menyatukan kami dan membentuk bangsa Indonesia ini sehingga mempunyai falsafah Bhinneka Tunggal Ika. Kebudayaan berasal dari kata budi, bahasa Sanskerta yang artinya adalah kesadaran. Dalam pengetahuan leluhur kami, budi adalah kesadaran yang lahir dari cahaya spiritual. Ketika cahaya spiritual ini menyinari jiwa, maka dia akan mensucikan dan akan mengangkat jiwa ini untuk menumbuhkan sikap dan perilaku yang selaras dan harmonis dengan sesama manusia, dengan sesama makhluk, dan sesama alam semesta. Jiwa juga diangkat untuk menyatu, untuk mendekat dengan penciptanya, Tuhan yang Maha Esa, Tuhan yang Maha Kuasa, dan Tuhan yang Maha Kasih Sayang. Ilmu ini tidak diajarkan melalui pengajaran, tetapi ilmu ini bisa bekerja melalui praktek. Ilmu ini bekerja melalui perilaku. Ya, ada ungkapan di dalam leluhur kami, ngilmu iku kalakone kanthi laku. Ya, ilmu ini bisa terjadi melalui praktek dan di dalam pengalaman. Oleh karena itu, kita bisa melihat jejak-jejak dari praktek ini ya, melalui banyak sekali ekspresi-ekspresi kesenian ya, di dalam bangsa kami, di dalam candi-candi, di dalam arsitektur-arsitektur, dan di dalam praktek-praktek kebudayaan lainnya. Dan kebudayaan inilah yang menyatukan kami. Dan dalam pengertian seperti ini, kebudayaan semestinya mendahului dan melandasi praktek dan perilaku beragama. Karena tanpa didasari oleh keutuhan manusia, kesatuan jiwa dan spirit manusia, maka praktek keberagamaan bisa bersifat destruktif dan merusak. Karena kemudian kehilangan rasa kemanusiaan, rasa keterikatannya dengan lingkungan, dan rasa kesatuannya dengan seluruh alam semesta. Dan bagian yang paling penting dari kebudayaan adalah ekologi. Dan menjadi bagian dari ekologi adalah pohon. Sebagaimana ayat-ayat Tuhan turun dari langit, ayat-ayat Tuhan juga lahir, muncul di dalam alam semesta ini, dan juga ayat-ayat Tuhan ada di dalam diri setiap manusia. Demikian pula pohon. Pohon tidak hanya tumbuh di atas bumi, tapi pohon juga tumbuh di langit dan di dalam diri manusia.
Salam dari Tuhan penyayang melalui pepohonan. Dari pohon kita belajar kepekaan. Dari pohon kita belajar memberi manfaat. Dari pohon kita belajar menjadi manusia dan memanusiakan manusia. Tanah dan air bersatu menumbuhkan pohon untuk memberi udara pada makhluk hidup yang lainnya. Dan pohon tidak pernah memilih kepada siapa ia akan memberikan udaranya. Pohon tidak pernah memilih siapa yang boleh berlindung di bawah rindang daunnya. Dan pohon tidak pernah melarang siapapun memakan buah-buah yang tumbuh padanya. Pohon tumbuh seperti kasih sayang Tuhan kepada umatnya. Melalui pohon, kita sampaikan salam dari bumi kepada langit. Melalui pohon, kita tersambung energi dengan generasi yang belum sempat dilahirkan hari ini. Dan dengan pohon, kita berbicara kepada Tuhan Sang Maha Pencipta. Menanam pohon adalah menanam peradaban. Menanam pohon adalah menanamkan kemanusiaan. Menanam pohon adalah mewariskan cinta, kasih, dan perdamaian di muka bumi ini. Dari tempat ini, marilah kita berjanji. Perdamaian yang telah kita tanam akan tumbuh subur. Pohon perdamaian yang telah kita tanam akan berkembang, bertunas, berbuah. Dan bermanfaat, membawa kebaikan bagi alam semesta. Amin.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Mohon tetap berada di atas panggung, Bapak dan Ibu. We would like to invite to present token of appreciation Bapak Hamdani PhD, the organizing committee. And we would like to present token of appreciation for both speakers, Bapak Kiai Jadul Maula and Ibu Liana, who has presented her beautiful poems to remind us all of being kindness and always care to the universe. Thank you very much. We would like to extend our gratitude for your participation and also your attention. Now you may return to your seat. Thank you. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, now we will have a panel discussion which will invite three speakers. Imam Yahya Pulafacini, Chairman Ulema, European Council of Ulema from Italy. Swami Mitrananda, All India Chinmaya Yuva Kendra, and Rabbi Arthur Green, Newbury College. And now we would like to invite Canon Dr. Christopher Sugden, Church of England and Oxford Center for Religion and Public Life from United Kingdom as our moderator to lead the panel discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the panel discussion, and for Mr. Dr. Christopher Sugden, the floor is yours.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is a wonderful experience and privilege for me and for my dear wife Elaine that God has brought us back to Bali this week. 40 years after we spent a month here in Bali with Bishop Wayan Mastra of the Gereja Christian Protestant de Bali, who himself recontextualized the Christian faith into Balinese religious culture. And this also formed one basis for my own doctoral studies. It is therefore my great honor to begin our session on spiritual ecology by bringing greetings from Bishop Wayan Mastra, my friend and senior colleague for 40 years. And he writes, "The great Indian leader, Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru, described Bali as the morning of the world. We pray that this first R20 conference in Bali be the first worldwide movement to generate religious freedom and cooperation in the spirit of the one divinity principle of Panchashila, as we work together to improve the welfare of the people of the world. So writes Bishop Wayang. I myself note how appropriate it is that we are considering spiritual ecology here in Bali, where the Balinese religion and culture considers humanity, nature, and the divine all together. We are to consider this afternoon spiritual responsibility to act as stewards of God's creation. The book of Genesis is a scripture revered in the Hebrew and Christian traditions. Many of its narratives are referenced by the Quran as well. It has a profound message relevant to our concerns for God's creation and ecology. According to the first chapter of Genesis, God said, "Let us make mankind in our image, in our likeness, so that they may rule over the fish of the sea and the birds in the sky, over the livestock and all the wild animals, and over all the creatures that move along the ground." So, God created mankind in his own image. In the image of God, he created them. Male and female, he created them. So Genesis says that humanity is made in the image of God. Ancient rulers set up images or statues of themselves in their realms, and especially in the regions that they had conquered, to impress on the people who was in charge, especially if the ruler himself was many hundreds of miles away and was never seen. These images were also placed in temples to represent the ruler before the presence of God. And these temples were usually situated within gardens. So the first man and the first woman were placed in the temple of the universe to look after its garden, referred to as the Garden of Eden in the book of Genesis. So Genesis teaches us that humanity represents the ruler who is not seen. And this applies to all human beings. We are all God's representatives. Just as a statue or image was erected in the ancient Near East to represent an absentee king or landlord, unlike a statue, though, we are living, breathing, moving representatives of God, stewards of his creation, here to manage, cultivate, and nurture the earth and all its creatures. The text of Genesis that we are to rule over the earth and its creatures has often been misinterpreted to justify rapacious dominion. However, such rule is to reflect the true face of God, who governs with mercy and compassion, often referred to in the scriptures as the Good Shepherd. Humanity is to care for and nurture creation like a shepherd. And Jesus is spoken of as the express image of God and provides a model. But the Bible does recognize that such rule can turn into misrule, exploitation, disrupting and even destroying the fragile order of creation. So according to the Bible, being made in the image of God, we are God's representatives and accountable to him. We will be held responsible for how we exercise this stewardship. We are to look after the earth as God's representatives in a way that reflects his infinite mercy and compassion for all creation. And this applies to all people and is why we believe in the equality and dignity of everyone. And this parallels Nahdlatul Ulama's own belief that the primary message of Islam is Tawheed, or divine oneness, and Rahmah, universal love and compassion. So, the perspective of Genesis, this ancient text, should inform our work and witness today in the world to be stewards of God's creation. And I hope that we may agree that this is one shared value that will also inform our work here at R20. I now call on our main speaker today for the keynote address for this session, Imam Yahya Palavikani from the European Council of Ulema in Italy. Your Excellency.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you very much, Reverend, for these introductory remarks that are actually exactly the way I would like to try to give my contribution. And I like to first of all thank Nahdlatul Ulama for this kind invitation and for organizing this first edition of this movement of R20. And within Nahdlatul Ulama, of course, the General Chairman Yahya Khalil Staqouf. And let me also thank Holland Taylor and Timothy Khan for their scientific, wise, coordinating action for this intellectual occasion of exchange. I will try to divide my presentation in 4 points. The first two will be probably brief. One is, why are we asked to respond or to contribute or to share awareness on spiritual ecology? The other brief introduction will be, what are some problematic, misleading proposals? And then I will enter to the subject that was proposed to me, which is the Islamic contribution to the topic through this theme of Rahmat lil Alameen, which is the mercy for the worlds, according to a verse of the Holy Quran, and to some conclusions. Now, why are we probably asked to share an awareness on an engagement in spiritual ecology? I would say that probably some of these key words have been yesterday and today shared by many of the distinguished speakers and religious leaders. Just to focus on 3 terms, one would be materialism, the other one would be secularism, and the third would be globalization. Now, to make it clear, we are not here to demonize these 3 terms or to have a misleading interpretation of these 3 terms. Maybe my contribution would be only that we are criticizing the absolutization or the ideologization of these terms as a counter-narrative to the spiritual proposals of religions and according to their doctrines and according to the development of history. So we are not against the material world, but we are against materialism, which is the idolatry only of a material dimension against any other dimension. So the absolutization of material world. We are not against secular power. We are trying to contribute even as advisors to the European and Italian institutions, so the secular system. But we are in somehow critical on secularism as a hegemony or a political ideology that wants to brainwash humanity and citizens, neglecting any reference to the sacred dimension of life. And again, globalization, it has been mentioned, ilm al-tawheed, according to the Islamic doctrine, is the science of monotheism, or the science of unity. So we are not, of course, against the global symbol of the world, but we are probably critical to this universalistic, proto-economic ideology of standardization of the world and of humanity according to a very simple and only commercial value point. So again, this is, and I think these three key words have done a lot of damage, even in the terms of why we are here today and why we are here to try to have a meditation on spiritual ecology. Because these three isms, globalization and secularism and materialism, have not provided a true solution to mankind. Let me then now be a little bit more provocative in saying what spiritual ecology, according to my education, is not. So spiritual ecology, according to my education, is not relativism, is not syncretism, and is not spiritualism. Again, there is a risk that we take one part of the whole reality and create an absolute ideology that is not anymore part of the reality, but it becomes the whole reality. So relativism is actually creating a very low standard of pluralism where anybody can probably be tolerated according to his ideas, but there is no interconnection with any dimension and any true understanding of this richness of pluralism. So at the end, it's erasing the identities of a spiritual, intellectual, cultural, political, social dimension. Syncretism is exactly the opposite, as you know, is the confusion of identities. It's the mixture of, it could be even rituals, doctrines, identities in a melting pot or in a new agey ideology, which is empty of the consistent sacrifice and engagement in following the teachings of each of our doctrines. And spiritualism is a more sophisticated way of considering syncretism, which is an abstract tendency of emotional feelings shared as peace and love without any concrete knowledge of what peace involves and what love means. So these are not, according to my education, correct references or concrete proposals for any kind of spiritual ecology. So coming to the Islamic contribution, probably I would stress 4 points, 4 doctrinal terms of reference. And the first one is actually Rahmat lil Alameen. This comes from a verse from the Holy Quran where God Almighty, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, speaks and he presents the seal of the Prophet as a mercy to the worlds. Al-Alameen. It's not for this world, it's not for the superior spiritual primordial world, is as a link between this world and the eternal absolute transcendental world. So the key of interpretation of Rahmah, mercy, of whom prophecy is a symbol, and the seal of prophecy and the messenger of Islam, Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, is a Rahmah, is to interpret it correctly. It's not only a mercy as a behavior in this world, it's a behavior in this world as a consequence of an orientation and of an inspiration linked to the other world. So it's actually a religious mercy, because one can pretend to be very merciful and without any belief of God, of religion, of sacredness and holiness, of any doctrine and ritual. So that's not being merciful according to a religious dimension. For us to be merciful is actually a consequence in deeds of a connection between the superior reality and this world. So we are responsible because we are inspired. We are well oriented towards our Lord, the Lord of the worlds and the Lord of our humanity and of our life. So, and Rahmah actually, according to the Quranic interpretation, has probably some synonyms. One is compassion, of course, then it's kindness, then love, and then care. So these 4 terms actually mean Rahmah. And so actually we can be inspired to care for the other, to love the other, to be kind to the other, and to be compassionate towards the other. But it's not only, again, I like to repeat this, it's not only a question of horizontal behavior. It's a question of trying to interpret his care, his kindness, his mercy, and his love. So we are instruments of his dynamic, of his action. And in this way, we are really, truly merciful to the other and among ourselves. So again, it needs a metaphysical orientation. The second term of the Islamic doctrine is fitra. Fitrat Allah. Fitrat Allah allati fatara an-nas alayha. That's another verse of the Holy Quran, which is the natural nature of mankind, or the primordial nature of mankind, the true nature of mankind. And what's the true nature, what's the natural nature of mankind? It's his holy nature. So the nature of the identity of mankind and of every human being will find his natural dimension even in action if he recognizes the Lord of his nature, which is the nature of Allah, the nature of God. So this is actually another proposal to consider the question of spiritual ecology. It's not only planting trees, any tree, anywhere, because this would not solve the ecological crisis, is actually reframing and reorienting, as it was mentioned, as vicegerents of God on earth, his nature in the symbol and signs of nature around us. The third noun has been taught by some of the masters in these last 1,000 centuries. One is Sheikh Muhyiddin ibn Arabi, radiallahu anh. Then it was followed, even previously there were some reference by Imam al-Ghazali, and recently, even some centuries ago, by a great Imam of Al-Azhar, Sheikh Salih al-Ja'fari, is the reference to al-insan al-kamil, which means the universality of the identity of man, if you like, or the perfect universality of mankind. So it has a symbol. And for the Islamic tradition, of course, this coincides with the holiness of the last prophet. But be aware, these masters I have quoted do not refer to Muhammad as Al-Insan Al-Kamil, making reference to him as the last prophet. They recognize him as a symbol of Al-Insan Al-Kamil, as the ray of a pre-eternal light. Nur Muhammadi brings to Al-Insan Al-Kamil. So the manifestation of perfection in humanity is a consequence of light, enlightenment. And this brings to, for me, a core issue in the responsibility for spiritual ecology, which is sacred knowledge. It's not competences only, it's not skills, it's not organization or pragmatism. Is try to share the renewal of an intellectual enlightenment as brothers of different faith or of the same religious community, as a responsibility for the management of ourselves, humanity, and the environment at large. So it's a question of intellectual enlightenment. It's not only a question of copy and paste a technique or a solution or a pragmatic issue. It's really a spiritual research or quest for truth, and through this research we might be inspired to contribute to the perfection and changement of ourselves and of the world around us. And this has been taught by other Muslim scholars as Sunnah Muhammadiyah, which is a method. It's not a question of being Muslims. Of course, I'm speaking within the Islamic tradition, but it's a question of trying to link, if I may say, the search for universality with a consistent loyalty to your own specific place and time and identity. You cannot change time. You cannot live in eternity. You cannot live in unity, but you can go towards unity. You can go towards the truth through a process of sincerity, of honesty. And this process is actually something that finally changes our vision and our action in life and changes what surrounds us, because it is part of a, if I may say, of a blessed miracle that is called harmony. Harmony cannot be something that I invent with a very clever or emotional feeling. Harmony is His harmony that has already been established at the beginning of creation of mankind and of the universe and of this land. In order to preserve or to restore or to renew harmony, we have to go back to the source of harmony, to the Lord of harmony. And according to Sunnah Muhammadiyah, the teachings also of our masters, this is part of the engagement in the remembrance of our Lord. So to remember our Lord and to practice this remembrance is the participation to this blessing. And through this active, responsible blessing in action, we contribute to the re-establishment of a natural harmony, not of a personal harmony. This is very delicate, because sometimes even within the religious communities, we find selfish, emotional persons who want to establish their own idea of their own personal harmony. And this does not lead to any true shared harmony. It leads only to a personal contribution to a shared disorder, because it's a question of selfishness that is led. Conclusions. I think that, as probably you have heard in this presentation, what actually is the goal of an engagement in spiritual ecology is really to be consistent in this link, very complex link. You need a lot of jihad al-akbar, a very holy and big and greater spiritual effort to allow the holiness to overcome to your individual soul temptations. And this is the only way. Once you have established this priority and these proportions, then you are contributing to a more universal harmony that is shared by other brothers and sisters around you. So it's to link what is particular to what is universal. It's not neither universalism nor concentrating on a narrow-minded detail of your own small ghetto. It's really linking again on several sides. On a vertical dimension, the principle, the transcendence to the immanence, and in the immanence to link the different fields with a specific vision of enlightened science for every single field of our responsibility. And this is how the microcosm reflects the macrocosm. And this is really the doctrine that our holy traditions teach us on how to really try to engage in our responsibility, linking what is the signs of creation with what is the essence of our Lord. And that's the only way, according to my proposal, we can actually be inspired in our spiritual ecology. And the result is the establishment of a civilization. Because we discover the quality of each member of humanity in his spiritual presence, that is a holy presence of the divine, which is not only forgotten in his heart, but is also connected with his brain. And his thoughts and his communication and his deeds are then holy actions, holy thoughts, and enlightened presence of the Spirit. And this is how, sharing this engagement, we can bring or build, or rather build this shared spiritual ecology as a common engagement. So we are rediscovering the primordial nature of every human being, and, if I may say, the sacred dimension of brotherhood and engagement as a responsibility for spiritual ecology in these times and in this space. So this is actually, and I insist, so at the end, it is a reference to holiness. It is a reference to sacredness. It is a reference to be consistent to the spiritual priorities of our spiritual belonging as religious leaders and believers in our own specific communities, but with an awareness of, if I may say, the end of times. And the last point would be that maybe with the consciousness of these end of times, of the signs of times that are around us, with all these crises and disorder and forgetfulness of the spiritual dimension, then it's quite interesting to see that from here in Indonesia and next year in India, the last religious denomination, Islam, and the first traditional denomination, Hinduism, find their way to try to give their contribution worldwide with a very deep, sensitive spiritual reference to primordiality, ontology, and eschatology. So what comes beyond all of us, what comes within ourselves, and with the vision of times. I thank you very much, and please pray for me.
Well, our thanks to Imam Pallavicini for clearly linking our care for the natural order to the transcendental order. How I wish those going to COP27 could hear your presentation as a balance to their approach to things. Well, we have further enlightenment now as we listen to Swami Mitrananda, a disciple of Gurudev Swami Chinmayananda, and he serves as a spiritual teacher of the Chimayana in Chennai, in Madras, in India. He's the director of national projects for the All India Chinmayana Yevya Kendra, and publishes an international youth magazine. Now, he spearheaded many innovative and nationwide projects, such as the Youth Empowerment Program and Awakening Indians to India. And in these, he uses outdoor experiential learning, adventure, travel, biking, car rallies, theatre, writing, and creativity. I'll sign up for the car rallies, sir. Please.
Am I on? Yeah. My salutations to everyone present here. My fellow seekers, namaskar. I salute the divine in you. My hearty congratulations to the organizers, the sponsors, partners of this brilliant initiative. A noble thought of this kind would have happened only when the mind has got still. Many things are born when the mind is quiet, when the mind is silent. A jabbering mind can never produce subtle, sublime initiatives. So I'm sure when the mind was quite still, this wonderful thought came to the organizers of bringing us together. Togetherness is the first step. Do we have an option apart from being together? What would happen if you are not together, if you don't come together? We have seen in the past genocides in the name of God, ethnic cleansing in the name of God, all kinds of issues in the name of religion. It really makes us think, are we the solution or are we the problem? This brilliant initiative, bringing people together, is very, very important. Because in this togetherness, we will develop trust. Because there is no option. We need to live together. Nobody can wipe off any civilization. Even those civilizations which are not very active, rather dormant, would resurface another day. God's plan are mysterious. So any good thought, any good civilization would resurface again. It is impossible to wipe out civilizations. Rather, it would be beautiful if we come together, like what we have attempted now, and celebrate the variety, celebrate the plurality of reaching God. There are many, many ways to seek Him, and we can celebrate different paths. And that makes us all understand clearly that every path is valid. And once this coming togetherness builds this trust that your path is valid, my path is valid, through this togetherness, through this trust, we will progress. And to keep us together, one of the most important topics which we have taken up is spiritual ecology. We live on this earth, and this earth has to be preserved. Something which came up 4.5 billion years ago. And life as humans, Homo sapiens, were 2 lakh years ago on this earth. A wonderful, beautiful planet. We cannot dismantle it. Religion plays a very vital role in guiding their followers to respect, to love, and to protect the planet Earth. So ecology is a very important topic, and I'm so glad through this topic we can come together. We can strategize being together and come up with religious solutions to handle climate change, to deal with ecology. What does Hinduism say about ecology? The creator, the created, both are divine. This is one of the primary principles of Hinduism. The creator and the created, both are divine. We have very many verses indicating this. I'll just say one now. Akhanda mandalakaram vyaptam ena characharam tatpadam darshitam ena tasmai sri gurave namaha. The meaning of this is akhanda mandala. Mandala, galaxies. Akhanda, countless galaxies are there in this universe, and all that is pervaded by that one divine principle, Tatpadam. That divine principle, Vyaptam, pervades the entire universe, which accommodates countless galaxies. So the moving and the non-moving are divine. If this idea is really understood, then we will start worshipping, respecting, revering the earth. That's why in Hindu culture, you will find people worship rivers as mother. We worship mountains. We worship animals, we worship plants, we worship ocean, because the created is divine and the creator is divine. The cause and the effect are not separate, they are one and the same. The cause alone has come out and exhibited itself as effect. Like ocean. In ocean you have water. The water alone comes as waves, bubbles, iceberg, different forms, but the substance is water. So the universe is nothing but the expression of the Lord. Once this devotional feeling we bring in, our approach to earth would be, let us worship, let us protect. The feeling of exploit the earth would get dropped off. For a very long time, we went on with great pride. Mankind decided to conquer earth. We don't conquer earth, we worship earth. This shift will happen if we look at the created too as divine. And I'm very sure other religions too have similar idea, like we just heard. Stewardship of earth. Protect the earth. Islam talks about it. Bible says earth is made by God and nothing else. And it is Him. That means the cause and the effect is the same. It only depends upon our interpretation and how we change our mindset. So I have 3 verses from the Bhagavad Gita, which actually speaks, and we would be quite stunned how these thoughts were there long, long ago. In the Bhagavad Gita, chapter 3, I take 3 verses. That means basically 2 lines is each verse. The first verse says, Sahayagnya praja srishtva purovacha prajapatihi anena prasavishyadvam eshavos tvishta kamadak. A brilliant verse where Krishna tells to Arjuna, Sahayagnya, along with the spirit of togetherness, Sahayagnya praja srishtva, the Creator created this beautiful universe along with the spirit of togetherness. Whatever you seek, Purovacha Prajapati, Anena Prasavishyatvam, whatever you seek, let it happen through the spirit of togetherness. Together, we can handle climate change. Individually, we cannot. So the verse says, the Creator created the universe along with the spirit of togetherness. And in that togetherness, let us achieve whatever we want. Is this not another beautiful thought of togetherness? R20. Remember, first it was a thought in a pure, noble mind. The thought was sustained. And slowly the thought spread. Together, it happened. First it happens within, then it happens outside. Internal and then external. Everything happens twice. First at the thought level and then at the action level. Thoughts become action. Not every thought becomes action, but every action was once a thought. So in the spirit of togetherness, if we sustain this thought of protecting this earth, I'm sure that would manifest. Thoughts would lead to action. So this is one of the verses where Krishna says, come together, and in the spirit of togetherness, may you achieve whatever you want. And then, the next verse, he says, Devan bhavayatanena, te deva bhavayantuvaha, parasparam bhavayantaha, shreyaha paramavapsyata. This is again from the Bhagavad Gita. The verse says, Deva. Deva, in Hindu interpretation, Deva means divine. You adore Deva, and we call fire as Agni Deva, water as Varuna Deva, Vayu as Deva, wind. So for us, nature is Deva. For your easy understanding, you could translate a closer meaning would be angel, fire, angel, Vayu, angel, what we call as Deva, Devata. So the verse says, you take care of the Devas, and Devas in turn will take care of you. You take care of nature, nature in turn will take care of you. Parasparam bhavayantaha. Parasparam, nourishing each other. You nourish nature, nature in turn will nourish you. Nurturing and nourishing each other, may you attain highest good. Paramavapsyata, may you attain the highest good, nurturing each other. You take care of nature, and nature in turn will take care of you. Protecting, nurturing together, we can take care of each other. And the last verse, he says, Ishtan bhogani o deva dasyante yajna bhavitaha. Here he says, those outcome which comes when the nature blesses us, we in turn don't take care of nature. The word used is, you're a social thief, stena eva saha. But if you take care of nature, dasyante yajna bhavitaha, the nature comes back to you like a servant coming and offering service to the master. This is the relationship between nature and man. Jiva, Jagat, and Ishvara. Jiva, the individual. Jagat, the universe. Ishvara, the Lord, are all one, and that is the divinity. Practicing that, we can come together and take this forward. Conclusion. Let us guide the younger generation who is moving away from religion. Give them visible divinities, not non-verifiable divinities. Too abstract to connect. Visible divinities, if they can connect, I think looking at nature as God, protecting nature as prayer, reducing carbon prints upon earth is prayer. Controlling your taste is prayer. If you can guide them that way, I'm sure spiritual ecology will appeal to the younger generation. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you for having me. Thank you very much.
Thanks to Swami Mitrananda. We've only got to look around at the beauty of nature here in Bali to see the impact of the Hindu understanding of nature on people's care and appreciation of it. So thank you very much for giving us that understanding. Now we come to a Jewish reflection from Rabbi Dr. Arthur Green, who is an American scholar of Jewish mysticism, a neo-Hasidic theologian, and one of the most respected and influential Jewish intellectuals of his generation. He's recently retired as the Irving Brudnick Professor of Philosophy and Religion at Hebrew College and rector of the Rabbinical School, which he founded in 2004. And his presentation is going to be given to us by our conference secretary, Dr. Shah.
my privilege to read a text drafted by the great rabbi and scholar, as Reverend Dr. Chris Sugden just indicated, the Rabbi Dr. Arthur Green. And the reflection is entitled, Creation, Awakening to God's World. Rabbi Green has been in close dialogue with us. At one point, he had hoped to travel the long distance to Bali from Boston, where Rabbi Green lives. It ultimately became impossible for him to join us. Rabbi Green is 82 years old and is not able to travel such long distances. So, unfortunately, he was not able to be here to deliver these remarks himself. It is, though, a great privilege for me to be able to read them. In many ways, these reflections are a beautiful conclusion, not only to our panel on spiritual ecology, they are a beautiful climax of our reflections throughout the last 2 days on the responsibility that we have to contribute our resources, the resources of our great traditions of religion and spirituality, to fostering genuine and dynamic solutions to global problems rather than being a source of problems. So let me begin. As a person privileged to be entering his 9th decade on this beloved planet, I am able to take a somewhat long view of contemporary history. I was raised in the mid-20th century, the child of a fully secularized and rather militantly atheist household, like those of many American Jews in that era. Of course, my atheist father was himself the grandchild of pious Hasidic Jews, but that belonged to the distant and mostly forgotten past. Religion itself, as a force in human affairs, was seen as a thing of another era. Jews coming out of Eastern Europe rushed headlong into the modern world, thought of religion as an ultra-conservative force on the world stage. Its image was that of the Russian church in the latter days of the Tsar, or of the hapless rabbis who stayed behind in old world small towns and with their values as thousands of young people moved off to cities and to new continents, engaging the bold new world of the 20th century. Secularization was seen as a constant and unstoppable process. No one, looking ahead from the mid-20th century, would have predicted the tremendous role that religion would play in the 21st century. No one, that is, except the embattled people of faith, to everyone's surprise but their own. Christians, Muslims, Jews, Buddhists, Hindus, and others fill the front pages of contemporary newspapers, which document us, religious believers, as a tremendous and sometimes indeed frightening force in world affairs. The question before us is whether we can make this be good news, even redemptive news, for the history of human civilization. As a religious person who does not anticipate the direct interference of a divine hand in history to save us from ourselves, I have come to ask the question of such salvation differently. Will the resurgence of faith in God, or a rebirth of religion, bring about the deliverance of our so urgently threatened planet? Needless to say, there is plenty of evidence to the contrary. We have recently seen Buddhists slaughtering Muslims in Myanmar, and Muslims slaughtering Christians and Yazidis on the battlefields of Syria and in Iraq. But it was not so long ago that we heard of Christians slaughtering Muslims in the refugee camps of Lebanon, and of a certain Jew cheered on by others who did the same to Palestinian Christians, thereby desecrating the holy grave of our shared ancestors. All this hate and slaughter keeps these so-called religious folks too busy to confront the truly most serious challenge of our age, the environmental crisis that threatens to overwhelm us all, exacerbating every other crisis as it rains down death and destruction upon everyone without distinction. But is there also a good, possibly even salvific side to this new power of religion, one that might lead us to face together rather than ignore that challenge? How do we bring such a committed and shared religiosity to birth? Let me propose another way of asking the question. We humans are the first species to have the ability to destroy our biosphere as a fit habitat for all higher forms of life. But we are also the first to be equipped with the moral conscience and perspective that might prevent us from doing so. Is that more than coincidence? Religions, despite all their limitations and narrowness of vision, serve humanity as the great vehicle for the awakening of that moral conscience. To say it in classical Western theological language, might it be that the rebirth of religion is emerging from a divine call that is welling up within us, stirring us to repent of our collective abuse of this planet and of one another before it is too late? Could it be? Is God seeking to protect that last shred of moral conscience in humanity? Is religion itself being given the gift of this awareness and power as a new chance to stir conscience? Is the one we worship sending us a call to awaken humanity from its dangerous, self-serving slumber before the earth is pillaged to the point of utter destruction? We people of faith need each other, my friends, and the world needs us to realize how much we need each other. We have to show that we can stand together in awareness of the miracle of our own existence. We need to share and give expression to a sense of divinity that penetrates every moment of our lives, enlightening even their darkest corners. We need together to form the core of a new resistance to the brutalization of humanity in our era, to the disregard for the sacred quality of each human life, and to the rapacious destruction of the created world. In the growing strength of religion as a factor in human affairs, we have been given a great gift, a salvific opportunity that we cannot allow to slip through our fingers. The contemporary religion we articulate will need to be based upon an understanding that the biohistory of our planet is a great sacred story, one that we all share. It will be a fully nature-embracing spirituality, one that sees the natural as the supernatural, the divine presence embodied throughout the physical world. This can be hosted by a great variety of theological views within all of our traditions. But we Westerners must move away from the legacy of Platonism, which distinguishes between a true spiritual world and the merely physical. A creation-inflected spirituality means that we celebrate the divine presence within all of God's creatures. However, we spell out the details of how that presence is embodied. A sense of spirituality is precisely that which brings us closer to an appreciation of nature and a sense of awe before its wonders. That awakening of wonder and its renewal is the most important message that we religious folk, all of us, have to bring to the postmodern world. My chief mentor, Rabbi Green's chief mentor in recent years, was the rabbi of Chernobyl in Ukraine, who died in 1797. I've recently completed a translation of his great book of homilies entitled The Light of the Eyes. Chernobyl was once known for a very different kind of bright light than that for which it is remembered in recent history. That is our job as religious teachers, putting light into people's eyes, helping them to wake up. In speaking of the exodus from Egypt, he says that our exodus has already taken place. The real enslavement of Israel in Egypt was that of the mind and spirit, leaving its victims unaware of the reality of God. Unlike the enslaved Israelites of old, we have our faith. We are aware of the divine presence that fills all the world. The challenge now, he says, is how to make our actions, our moral selves, live up to our spiritual awareness. Our situation is a bit different. We too live in a certain bondage of mind and spirit. It is the secularized consciousness of our societies, along with too much pursuit of success and comfort, that blinds us to the wondrous quality of existence that surrounds us in each moment. As the Hasidic master knew so well, the first task of religion is the liberation of the spirit. As we attain that freedom and reawaken our souls, we need also to act, both individually and as a collective force, in ways that fulfill our sacred vision. We religious folk represent a tremendous potency for change in our world. Religion is still the language that moves the hearts and minds of most of humanity. We religious leaders of the West need to find a way to reach out to our counterparts throughout the world, including Christians, Muslims, Hindus, Buddhists, Confucianists, and others. We need to make common cause in defense of a truth that we all share, however varied our nuances in ways of expressing it. All that exists contains and manifests the power or presence of the one who created it or who is it. Therefore, we must walk through this world with love and reverence, doing all we can to preserve its glory for future generations. This shared vision needs to be translated into real political action, both within national voting campaigns and in international forums, perhaps new ones that we should create together. The salvation of this planet depends on our ability to awake the conscience of humanity. The great power of religious faith in our world must be seen as a divine gift and a sacred opportunity. In it may lie humanity's greatest hope for liberation from self-destructive forces that will cause terrible harm in times already upon us, both to our own offspring and those of all the other species that depend upon us for survival. But what we do with this gift is in our hands, especially those of our religious leaders. Only in working together, embracing this earth as embodied divine creation, will we be able to move forward. Humanity awaits our shared message. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, and may we have a big round of applause for the speakers and also moderator. And we would like to invite Bapak Kiai Haji Nasaruddin Umar, the Grand Imam of Istiqlal Mosque of Jakarta, to come up on the stage to have a presentation of token appreciation to the speakers and also moderator. Ya, mohon kepada panitia, token of appreciation dapat diserahkan. Ya. To express our gratitude and appreciation to all speakers. This is a gift, a valid gift from the organizing committee. Thank you for moderator. Now we invite you to have a photo session. Thank you for moderator, Canon Dr. Christopher Sagnan, Church of England and Oxford Center for Religion and Public Life from United Kingdom. Swami Mitrananda, All India Chinmaya Yuva Kendra, Rabbi Arthur Green, Hebrew College, and also Imam Yahya Palafacini from Italy. Thank you very much indeed. Now you may return to your seats. Once again, please give them a big round of applause. Thank you. Now we proceed to our next program that also a presentation of token of appreciation. We would invite to give their token appreciation Haji Sheikh Salman Christie from India, who would present a token of appreciation to be given and received by Bapak Kiai Haji Yahya Khalil Stakuf, General Chairman of Nahdlatul Ulama Center Board. Please come up on the stage. This symbolizes big, great gratitude from delegates to the Nahdlatul Ulama. As Nahdlatul Ulama became the initiator and founder of G20 Religion Forum, NU or NU and the Center for Shared Civilizational Values also invited all delegates in this forum. And also the representative from the Cambodia. Representative from Cambodia, we kindly invite you to come up on the stage. Yeah, the representative from Cambodia would like to present a token of appreciation to Bapak Kiai Haji Yahya Khalil Stakuf. Please remain on the stage. Yeah. This is really interesting. Yeah, from Cambodia, representative from Cambodia, we would like to request you to come up on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a token of appreciation from Cambodia to Nahdlatul Ulama as an initiator of the G20 Religion Forum. With a great pleasure and honor, Bapak Kiai Haji Yahya Khalid Stakuf received the token of appreciation. Please have a photo session afterwards. With all delegates from Cambodia. This is a great moment for us before we're leaving and ending this great event in Bali 2022. Thank you very much. Let's give them a big round of applause and thank you very much. You may return to your seats. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, now we are proceeding to the end of our events. We call it the handed over ceremony. First of all, we would like to invite C. Holland Taylor, Deputy Chairman and CEO, Center for Shared Civilizational Values, USA, Indonesia, to deliver his remarks.
To the honored Kiai Haji Yairul Stakuf, to the Honorable Sheikh Al-Khayat, to the Honorable Ramada Varanasi, to all of the noble religious leaders who have gathered here from many countries. We could say that you are sharing with us in a dream come true. The Nahdlatul Ulama was established almost 100 years ago. But there's a tradition of Islam in Indonesia and Nusantara that is much older, just as the religious figures who are here are from religious traditions that are ancient. The Nahdlatul Ulama traces its religious lineage back hundreds of years in this region, and obviously all the way back to the founding of Islam in Makkah and Medina. Now, every religion and religious leaders always have a choice what we put our attention on. One thing that is consistent within the Nahdlatul Ulama throughout the time I have known the preeminent spiritual leaders of Nahdlatul Ulama is that they're extremely consistent. I went on a trip in 2008 to Jerusalem. It was after we had held a Holocaust conference in Bali in 2007. And the host of the conference was Kiai Haji Abdurrahman Wahid, the former chairman of Nahdlatul Ulama and the former president of Indonesia. I was approached by Rabbi Abraham Cooper of the Simon Wiesenthal Center. It was a time when there was a great deal of Holocaust denial in the Middle East. And the gentleman in question, Rabbi Cooper, said, it was a tremendous response and rejection of this notion that the Holocaust never occurred happening in the West, but there's no response whatsoever in the Middle East. And it's my belief that perhaps only in Indonesia could this occur, that a religious leader would come forward and directly address the Holocaust. And I would appreciate it if you would speak to your close friend, Haji Abdurrahman Wahid, and ask him if he would sponsor a Holocaust conference in Indonesia. It took me 4 days to think about this because I knew how much trouble it was going to cause us. And I used my intellect thinking about this, and my intellect could not come to a conclusion. But eventually I gave up intellectually, and I just felt, and I felt that we should do it. And I was in America at the time, and I would never discuss anything like this with President Wahid over the telephone. I could talk to him over the telephone, but I would never talk to him over the telephone about anything important. So I got on an airplane, and I flew to Jakarta, and I went to the headquarters of Nahdlatul Ulama, where he had his office, and I asked him what he thought of this idea. I said, actually, Bapak, Father, do you think it would be appropriate to hold a conference, a Holocaust conference? And President Wahid closed his eyes, and he was silent for about 30 seconds. Then he opened his eyes, and he said, yes, we will do it because it is the right thing to do. We held that conference, and on the evening before the conference, there was a joint editorial, a joint op-ed that appeared in the Wall Street Journal worldwide on the day of the conference, co-authored by President Wahid and by Rabbi Israel Lau, a survivor of the Holocaust as a child. He lost his mother, he lost his father, he lost everyone. And I should actually just mention in this context that there was a Holocaust survivor who came to that conference. And we had 20 Nahdlatul Ulama Kiais from Central Java. We had 20 young Hindu students. And this Holocaust survivor asked a simple question. He said, there's a lot of Holocaust denial going on, but I just have one question. If there was no Holocaust, where are my parents? Where are my aunts and uncles? Where are my grandparents? Where are my brothers and sisters? I lost them all, and I was the only one left. He had the people in that room in tears, including the Nahdlatul Ulama Kiais. And the impact of this was obviously significant. Now, this is what Nahdlatul Ulama is like. Kai Haji Abdurrahman Wahid, Kai Haji Yahya Stakov, people here often speak of him as a second coming of Gustur. We refer to Kai Haji Abdurrahman Wahid as Gustur. And we love Gustur very, very deeply. There are people in the audience here who knew Gustur, such as Bob Hefner from Boston University, such as Reverend Miyake. He was a gentleman who touched so many human beings and so many lives. And he lived his life by example. He was famous. When I was speaking to the Wall Street Journal, actually, I introduced him to the editor of the Wall Street Journal op-ed pages the day before this op-ed ran. And President Wahid said to the gentleman, because the gentleman told me already that he didn't want anyone writing for the Wall Street Journal op-ed pages anywhere in the world more than he wanted President Wahid. And I was speaking to them. He was in New York, and there was about 30 minutes before the paper went to bed. And President Wahid said, do you think I was clear enough? Do you think it was strong enough? And then he got off the phone, President Wahid, and the editor of the Wall Street Journal says, he's not wanting to change the copy at the last minute, is he? And I said, no, I think he's just telling you he stands behind what he's written. Then we hung up the phone, and President Wahid said to me, you know, Holland, tomorrow there are going to be a lot of people who are going to be very angry at us. And it's true. I never knew anything about Judaism until this conference, until I became friends with Rabbi Cooper. Because I was raised a Christian, I became a Muslim. I feel affinity with many world religions, but I knew virtually nothing about Judaism. But after that event, there were many people who were convinced that I was Jewish because I had helped facilitate that event. But President Wahid was known for saying, one of his sayings, Selalu jujur dan terbuka, tak perlu takut, which means we should always be open and honest There's no need to be afraid. Before he died, I spoke to President Wahid, and we had published a book, and the book was called The Illusion of Islamic State, and it had a tremendous impact in Indonesia, tremendous. President Wahid was the editor. Buya Shafi Marif of the Muhammadiyah wrote a preface. Kai Haji Mustafa Bisri wrote the epilogue, and it was just laying out many of these issues that have been discussed here today. And this was possible in 2014. This is 2009, 5 years before the Islamic State conquered Mosul. The Nahdlatul Ulama had already written a theological refutation of the ideology of the Islamic State. And when we were talking about publishing this book, there were many people who knew what kind of upheaval it would cause in Indonesia. And I said to President Wahid, there's some people saying maybe we shouldn't publish the book, it would cause a lot of trouble. Should we do so? And President Wahid said to me, I already decided, that time he said, 40 years ago, I already decided, should we speak up? And he shouted, yes. And what he was referring to were events that occurred in Indonesia in 1965 and 1966 that Nahdlatul Ulama was involved with and this young adults movement were involved with. And I'm saying this right now because it takes courage to speak up. It takes courage in order to act. President Wahid was full of courage. Haji Yahya Stakuf is full of courage. People who are on this panel with me this morning are full of courage. And it takes courage in order to address the realities that confront all of us and the challenges that confront us in our day-to-day lives as individuals. But it also takes courage in terms of religion to look at what are the consequences of doing nothing and what are the consequences of acting. Because religious leaders are faced not only with issues involved in our own religious traditions, but also involved with engaging with a larger structure of society. And one thing I've always admired about Nahdlatul Ulama is the spiritual leadership of NU's willingness to act on the basis of conscience and act on the basis of principle. I believe this is deeply rooted in the soil of Indonesia, and so I'm extremely pleased and full of admiration that President Joko Widodo, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Indonesia, the Indonesian society has chosen to move forward to introduce religion for the first time at the center of discourse and decision-making within the G20, which affects so many lives worldwide. And one thing I'll just say in terms of the criteria we were using in thinking about who to invite to this event is people whose courage we either knew or anticipated would be there. There's any number of people we might have invited, obviously, but as Imam Yahya Pallavicini of Italy said when he looked at the invitation list, he said, I'm really excited about this event because there's not a lot of people I know. I'm going to be meeting a lot of new people. It's like a new network. But it's really, in some ways, it's a network that never existed before because there are parts of some of you that know us very well. There's other people we don't know. But I just want to say that we appreciate your traveling all this way. The Center for Shared Civilizational Values invites you to work together in future years in bringing forward the message of the R20. Swami Mitrananda, whom I just met recently, as we had a bilateral with Sheikh Yahya Stakuf, said this needs to become a movement. I trust that it will become a movement. Then I will just, seeing my friend Abdul Wahab here, Sheikh Mohammed Al-Isa left earlier this morning to fly back to Riyadh, Makkah. Sheikh Yahya and I went to the airport to say goodbye. We appreciate our friends from the Muslim World League. We appreciate doing this together. But equally, we appreciate each and every one of you. If there's been any shortcoming, we apologize sincerely, and we hope to see you again. So I'm seeing you sooner than I thought. I'm going to be introducing our next speaker, and this is another example of how fate can bring people together. Our next speaker is Sri Ram Madhav Varanasi. When Pat Yaya and I first met Ramji, he was the General Secretary of BJP, a political party in India. And he is currently, actually, this is an interesting question, he is a man of many talents. The easiest thing for me to say is that he's a founding director of the India Foundation, a think tank in India that's very influential. He also comes, and any of you who've been reading the media, Ram Madhav belongs to the RSS. The RSS was founded in 1925. The Nadatul was founded in 1926. It was founded in a context both after the fall of the Islamic Caliphate with the collapse of the Ottoman Empire and the context of the British colonialism of the time. The RSS is an extremely influential organization in India. We are convinced, just as Nadatul Ulama feels responsible for protecting religious minorities in this country, and ultimately we believe the fate of religious minorities in Europe, for example, the Muslims, will depend on indigenous Europeans. The fate of any minority depends on their relationship with a majority. And we have faced, and I'll just be my usual, practice the usual diplomacy of complete honesty. We faced a lot of criticism for having various relationships, but we feel it is absolutely essential to engage people from across the religious spectrum, across the political spectrum. There's tremendous gridlock in the world. And I will say that I have developed enormous respect for Sri Ram Madhav. This is a man who has a vision, and we believe that his vision is deeply spiritual. And we have met the Hindu monks that he has brought from India. We have met with them personally. We have seen the depths of their spirituality. So I would just like to say in this context that we have the greatest respect for you, Ramji. We have the greatest respect for your tradition. And please join us here on the stage to share your concluding remarks for this conference.
Thank you. Please welcome Sri Ram Madhav Varanasi, founding member of the Governing Council, India Foundation, with the R20, a civilizational partnership between Indonesia and India.
Namaskar. Good evening. What a wonderful 2 days of brainstorming here over human values. I do not know if Pak Yahya and his team realize that what kind of a tectonic force they have unleashed here. I am reminded of a story that John Foster Wallace, the famed American novelist, narrated to students in a college in Ohio. 2 fish, young fish, were swimming along a river. In the opposite direction was coming an older fish. They bumped into each other. The old fish asked the younger ones, "Hey guys, how is the water?" They continued to swim along. After some time, one of the young fish asked the other, "Hey, what hell is this water?" There's a deep meaning. You live in a country which is kind of a heaven for harmony. Indonesia, Bali, they're examples of harmonious coexistence of different faiths, different religions. Maybe this beauty in which you have been living for many decades and centuries would not give you the real effect that this initiative is going to have on the rest of the world. I wholeheartedly compliment you for taking up this great initiative as part of the G20. What is R20? Is it another interfaith talk shop where each one of us come, sing paeans about our religion, pay customary courtesies to other religions, and go back convinced that we are the best? I think R20 is or should have a much bigger vision and objective. As an extension, as a sideline event of the G20, R20 must be seized of the situation that humanity is facing. In that sense, it's not just a religion-centric event, it is a humanity-centric event. Today, mankind is facing myriads of problems. Some are traditional problems, we all know about them. We know about the traditional challenges of disharmony, inter-religious disharmony. We know about wars. We know about terror. These are conventional challenges that the humanity faces. We know about hunger. We know about poverty. But remember, as some of the speakers have mentioned in the last 2 days, the world is facing certain non-conventional challenges also today. For example, we talked about, that Enlightenment thinker Spinoza called nature as God. He said nature is God. Worship of nature is the religion. There was the discussion earlier in the previous session. Nature, which is God, is in danger today. Climate issues, climate change is a challenge that humanity is facing. So is the body, human body, which the great Indian poet Kalidasa said that human body is the first step to enlightenment. Sharira madhyam khalu dharma sadhanam. The body is in danger. You do not know what virus comes from where, when, and how. And we are entering an era of artificial intelligence, era of new technologies. This artificial intelligence is already making machines which are more intelligent than human beings, you and me. Hitherto, we believed that we are the most intelligent beings of the creation, of the God's Leela. But you have machines which are more intelligent than us. Google has recently developed a chess game by name Alpha Zero. There is no chess player in the world, including Gary Kasparov or Vishwanathan Anand from India, who can stand up to that Google's chess game for more than 2 minutes. That is the level of intelligence of that chess game, that machine. More intelligent machines are coming. Now, the discussion in the psychiatry circles is that today machines have their own mind. Will they also have their own consciousness? Will machines start crying? Will machines start responding to situations? It may sound absurd to us today, but please don't rule out the possibility of humans, the ability of humans to create demons. We are entering into that kind of an era. Friends, the human progress has always involved major challenges like this. It's not the first time that humanity is facing these challenges. But there is an important distinction. The distinction is, in the past, when such challenges faced humanity, or humanity faced such challenges, there were philosophers, there were religious, spiritual leaders who could stand up and guide the mankind in the right direction. Today, we are busy quarreling amongst ourselves. The result is, there are no philosophers today. There is no Plato today. There is no Aristotle today. The religions are quarreling. And the politician, the technocrat, the economist is the new pope of the world. Power, economy, new demigods. We should be today pondering over this big challenge, and R20 should fulfill that big gap that humanity faces. We need philosophers today who have all the wisdom of all the religions. It's the cumulative wisdom of all religions that the R20 should represent, and this, together with leaders of G20, should guide the mankind. Friends, as we come to the end of this wonderful two-day brainstorming, as a representative of India, we will be firstly very grateful to the government of Indonesia, led by the great president of this country, President Joko Widodo, and also the two big organizations, two organizations from the two corners of the Muslim world. From Indonesia, led by Pak Yahya, the Nadwatul Ulema, and from Saudi Arabia, led by another big organization, the Muslim World League. You have created history here in Bali. We are grateful to you for this big start. And this will go to India. Just as Indonesia is a microcosm of the world with beautiful plurality and coexistence, India is also a mosaic of religions and the mothership of spirituality. India is that country where all the world's religions exist. Far from persecution, all the persecuted came to India, continue to come and take shelter in India. We have 180 million Muslims in India, 25 million Christians, and the projections go that by 2030, India's Muslim population will be equal to that of Indonesia, and mind you, 2050, we will be the world's largest Muslim populated country with 310 million Muslims in India. We had Muslims as presidents, vice presidents, chief justices of our courts. India is that country where absolute respect for all diversities is not only preached but also practiced and implemented to this day. So friends, as we accept the mantle for organizing the R20 next year, I would like to just conclude by making one humble submission about the Hindu philosophy, which Swami Mitranandaji also very beautifully presented to you. We have, in the last 2 days, talked so much about one God. We all religions must remember that God is one. We in Hinduism have gone just one step forward, not just about one God, but about only God. Whatever is there is God. The whole creation is divine. Welcome to that country which believes that everything is divine. Every path is divine. You are divine, I am divine, animate, inanimate, everything is divine. Sarvam Khalvidam Brahma. And that country which not just tolerates, tolerance is arrogance, not just tolerates, not even just respects. Respect is patronizing. It not just tolerates, not just respects, but celebrates the diversity of humanity. We are the people who celebrate this diversity. Come and join us in that celebration next year in India. My thanks to all the organizers. Namaskar.
Please to remain on the stage. Mr. Sri Ramadhan Varanasi, we would like to invite Bapak Ahmad Swaidi, the chairman of the organizing committee, to present a token of appreciation to Mr. Sri Ramadhan Varanasi, founding member of the Governing Council, India Foundation from India. With the heartiest thank you for your presence and participation in this event. Thank you, and you may return to your seat. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, now we would like to extend these following important announcements in light of our agenda. G20 Religion Forum, R20 Summit, which will be held in Yogyakarta, Indonesia on November the 4th up to 6, 2022. This announcement is addressed to a list of participants who have already registered to join Yogyakarta Summit. The first one, for this purpose, we have chartered special flight from Ngurah Rai International Airport to Yogyakarta that will be departed at 9:30 a.m. Bali time. The second, please drop your luggage in the main lobby or concierge of the Grand Hyatt Hotel between 6 and 6:30 Bali time to be collected by the organizing committee. And the third, breakfast will be served at the Garden Cafe from 6 to 7:30 Bali time a.m. We provide a shuttle bus from Grand Hyatt Hotel to Ngurah Rai Airport, and our meeting point will be at the lobby Karangasem at 7:30 to 8 Bali time, 8 a.m. Bali time. We look forward to hearing from you, and we do need your confirmation for this agenda. Thank you. We wish that all of you had a pleasant and memorable moment during your stay in Bali. Thank you for your presence and participation. Have a safe flight and see you in Yogyakarta. Ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, distinguished guests, we would like to have our next agenda that will be a handed over ceremony from government and religious leaders of Indonesia to
government and religious leaders of India, which will be a host for the G20 Religion Forum in 2023. For this purpose, we would like to invite Bapak Kiai Haji Yahya Khalil Stakuf, General Chairman of Nahdlatul Ulama Center Board, to come up on the stage. And also, representative of India will be Honorable Mr. Sri Ram Maja Varanasi, founding members of the Governing Council of India. Please, we would like to invite you to come up on the stage here. Ladies and gentlemen, now we are going to witness the handover ceremony of G20 Religion Forum, or Religion 20 or R20, from Indonesia to India as the new and the next host of R20 in 2023. And we are inviting all religious leaders from India to join to the stage with Mr. Sri Ram Maja Varanasi to have a procession of handover ceremony. And from our government, we would like to invite Mr. Muhsin Sihab, the ambassador of Bapak Yahya Khalil Stakuf will hand over the flag or banner of R20 to Mrs. Sri Ram Maja Varanasi, followed by a handover of the plate. This is really a great moment for us to witness a handover of the G20 Religion Forum from Indonesia to India. And now, we proceed to the next procession. Bapak Yahya Khalil Stakuf. Would present a plate of R20 to Mr. Sri Ram Maja Varanasi. This procession symbolizes that R20 is expected to stimulate continuous dialogue between religious groups or religious leaders. There will be one more handing over. The plate will be handed over from Bapak Yahya Khalil Stakuf to the representative of India, Honorable Mr. Sri Ram Maja Varanasi. Yes, this symbolizes of continuous bond of the R20 event in the future. We will also invite Bapak Kiai Haji Yahya Khalil Stakuf to present his closing remarks. Bapak Kiai Haji Yahya Khalil Stakuf, mohon untuk menyampaikan sambutan penutup pada akhir dari sesi ini. Kami persilakan Pak Kiai menyampaikan pidato atau sambutan penutupnya. Okay, there will be several photo session. Yeah. For all audience, distinguished guests, may we have your attention, please? Please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, this forum is hoped that the result of the forum will reveal ways to overcome this religious problem, because religious problems often occur not only between religious people, but also within one religious community. Yeah. May we have your attention, please? Please be seated, because we still have closing remarks from the chairman of Nahdlatul Ulama Center Board. We still have closing remarks. We would like to request you to return to your seat. And please welcome Bapak Kiai Haji Yahya Khalil Stakuf for the closing remarks.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished speakers and participants, this is a very touching moment. I could not barely find the proper words to express my utmost appreciation and gratitude to all and every one of you for coming and participating in this event, for answering our call, and for your shared commitment with us to continue working together to pursue the ideals that we all already shared and consented in these 2 days discussion. But let me begin by conveying the greetings, the salam, with apology from His Excellency General Secretary of Muslim World League, Dr. Muhammad bin Abdul Karim Al-Isa, who has to leave early this afternoon, because he is tied to another schedule that he cannot abandon. So he sent his greetings for all of you. Assalamu alaikum. Secondly, I have to express also our gratitude on behalf of Nahdlatul Ulama to the government of the Republic of Indonesia, to His Excellency President Joko Widodo, for the support that is given to us to have this event. The government of the Republic of Indonesia has been mobilizing all resources that we need to have this event going in a best manner that it can be, and also give the full support of all officials that the government can provide for us to help us develop and manage this event from the beginning to the end, including having some very important officials from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to be embedded into the committee of this event. I would like to introduce to you one of them, His Excellency Mr. Mohsin Shihab here, please rise, from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. He's been helping us all along to guarantee and secure the success of this event. And then, of course, I would like to repeat my expression of gratitude and appreciation to all and every one of you, distinguished speakers and participants. This is the beginning of the manifestation of a long, long time struggle that we've been doing from within Nahdlatul Ulama, and then from time to time reaching out, find friends, partners and allies all over the world to have a global movement for the ideals of how religion can constructively and positively contribute to the betterment of human condition and toward a better future of humanity and human civilization. We make universal call and we engage whoever answer, and you have answered our call. So here we are, having this event together, reaching a shared vision. And to this point, I believe that we all agree to have this R20 not just one-off event, but to develop this as a global movement. Like I mentioned in my opening remarks yesterday, this initiative comes from a sincere, good, and spiritual will. And we call to all people of goodwill from every faith and nation to join this endeavor together with us. Again, thank you very much for your participations and contributions. And may Allah Almighty God will always be with us through our journey together forward. That we may not know where it will end and how it will end, but we know that we are all be measured by what we do. And hopefully, all we have is a hope, a deep spiritual hope, that all our efforts, what we do, will truly, truly make a noble contribution for humanity and human civilization. Thank you. Allahumma waffiq ila aqwamit tariq. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
We would kindly request Bapak Kiai Haji Yahya Khalil to strike the hammer to mark the end of a series of events this evening.
Sorry, they didn't tell me about this procedure. So to mark the end of this event, here is the knocking to the door of God for his help.
Yes, with the knocking of the hammer, now the great event has now concluded. Yeah. And we would like to invite all delegates to join to the stage to have photo session, a photo group with Bapak Kiai Haji Yahya Khalil Stakuf. Hopefully the result of G20 Religion Forum will be an inspiration and give strong motivation for interfaith life globally on how the efforts of these religious leaders to make religion stop being a part of the problem and start being part of the solution to the various global problems. In the meantime, let us continue to recover together, recover stronger. Please give a big round of applause for R20 G20 Religion Forum 2022 from 2 to 3 November 2022, revealing and nurturing religion as a source of global solutions. Grand Hyatt Bali, 2 and 3 November 2023. Please have a formation according the steps on the stage, because we have quite a lot of people, a lot of members of photo groups here. So it is a great moment, a great memorable moment For our female participants, we would like, it is our pleasure, it's an honor for us to invite you to join the photo session, photo group together. All of us could be gathered in this photo session.
Ladies and gentlemen, please, on the main camera. 3, 2, 1. Okay, again. 3, 2, 1. One more time. One more time. Okay, 3, 2, 1. Okay, everybody say R20. R20.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to remind you all to prepare for our farewell dinner that will be held at Taman Begawan Nusa Dua. Please gather at the lobby area at 6:30 p.m. Bali time at the lobby of Grand Hyatt Hotel Nusa Dua Bali. And afterwards, before we leave this area, press conference will be held at the foyer area of this ballroom. We'll present Bapak Kiai Haji Yahya Khalil Stakuf as our speaker. Bapak Kiai Haji Yahya Khalil Stakuf mohon menuju ke foyer untuk memimpin press conference yang akan bertempat di area foyer dari ballroom ini. See you next year. See you in India in 2023. God bless you. Namaste. Wallahul muwaffiq ila aqwamit thoriq. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. See you in India. Acha, acha. Acha, acha. Acha, nahi, acha. Thank you. We kindly invite you to join our farewell dinner that will be held at Taman Begawan Nusa Dua. Please gather at 6:30 at lobby of the Grand Hyatt Hotel. Thank you. See you there. See you at Taman Begawan. Oh yeah. May we have your attention, please? So we would like to remind you to return your interpreting system devices to the table, to the organizing committee. Yeah. Do not forget to return the interpreting system devices to the organizing committee officer. 6:30 should be at the lobby. Yeah, another memorable place. Thank you. Merci. Merci beaucoup. Bon voyage. Have a safe and pleasant flight to your home country. See you next year. Bye-bye. Mohon kepada Bapak Kiai Haji Yahya Khalil Stakuf, the General Chairman of Nahdlatul Ulama Center Board, to lead the press conference that will be held at the foyer of this ballroom right after this closing ceremony. And then we are going to gather at the lobby of the hotel at 6:30 p.m. Bali time to prepare to have a farewell dinner, another memorable moment at the end of our event. Thank you.